good. We're going to start now. It feels like people are ready to go. So I'm going to say a few words and okay. Okay, no problem.
Has Anna said her few words, or am I? She's there.
Well, it looks like folks are rearing to go here, so we'll get started a few minutes early. Hello, everyone. Bonjour et bienvenue tout le monde. On behalf of Fourth Space, welcome to Next on the Agenda, Writing Futures in Quebec. We are streaming on YouTube live from Concordia University's Fourth Space, which is located on unceded Indigenous lands in Tiohtià:ke, Montreal. Nous reconnaissons la nation Kanien'kehá:ka comme gardienne des terres et des eaux sur lesquelles nous nous réunissons aujourd'hui. And we make this acknowledgement to bring awareness and understanding of the history of Indigenous peoples and their territories, and of course, as a call to action as well, to rethink one's own relationship with the city, the land, and environment. At Fourth Space, we endeavor to bring people together around the conversations, experiments, and projects in development across the university so as to create an engaging way into research in process. So we are pleased to work once again with SpokenWeb and all of their collaborators today to make space for today's conversations. And before passing it off to your host, Rachel, I'll just note once again, those of you on Zoom who are joining us virtually, you're welcome to jump into the conversation by turning on your video and raising a hand during the Q&A, or Zoe's here to moderate the chat as well. If you put some comments in there, we'll be sure to read them out. And those of you in the space, a quick reminder, if you'd like to jump in the conversation, raise a hand and one of us will get a microphone to you so that we can hear you in the virtual realm. Okay, on that note, I'm passing it over to Rachel. Welcome.
That sounds better. And it's quite interesting to watch people's eye lines because I can see people watching this screen, I can see people watching this screen. I can now see myself in delay pointing to myself. So this is going to take some getting used to. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here in person and on Zoom. I'm going to gesture vaguely up to a screen here for next on the agenda, Writing Futures in Quebec. I'm Rachel McCrum. My job is to be the host for this afternoon. I'll also be chairing one of the panels, and I'll explain why a little bit later. But also to explain perhaps a little bit about why we're here, to thank you for coming and taking a chance on this. This is a new endeavor, and we're going to see what happens. It's a bit of an experiment, really, as well. What I want to say to the Zoom people out there, and is anyone, we have about 100 registered on the Zoom, so by the time this space fills up, I think there's going to be about 50 in here on an awful day, and then we've got 100 out there. You're not an adjunct out there, Zoom people. Hello from Zoom. Hello, Janine. We wanted to make this as accessible as possible to as many people as possible, which is why we chose to work with Fourth Space, and thank you very much to the whole team here for the technology, for the support that they've given. We wanted to see if we wanted to try and reach writers, publishers, readers, anyone involved in the kind of the literary ecosystem across Quebec as far as possible who are writing in English. That's the point of today. Zoom people, my promise to you is that I'm going to keep this on time as much as possible because obviously we have some breaks built in. There's a lunch break in the middle. We have a program which you all should have been sent. If anybody hasn't got that, please drop me an email at notaconference@gmail.com and I will send that out to you. And you will see the timing for the various panels. So we're going to try and keep to that program during the day so that you can log in and out, not be looking at a blank screen. It's easier if we're in the space. Moderators, panelists, I'm going to be elbowing you in the corners going like, okay, we're finishing now and moving on. So we'll try and keep things moving. Did someone say good luck? We're going to try. This whole day is about trying. Why are we here? What are we doing here? What are you doing here? We're here to talk, really, and listen. What brings us together is, one way or another, everybody here, I believe, I hope, is involved in writing in the English language in Quebec in some way. There's been a pandemic. There are various political, economic, and cultural landscape shifts going on, from the more ephemeral things like identities, aesthetics, communities, to the pragmatic resources, funding, language. We are post an election. We seem to be in some sort of global economic and ecological meltdown. So we thought we'd check in and say, are you well? Are we well, insofar as we can say it's a we, or the multiple we's that make up this English language writing community? Can we find the common ground? And so to get in a room together, virtually or together, and to talk about that a little bit. The day will be divided into, there's 3 panels. We will be starting with SpokenWeb this morning. We will then have one series with discussion groups, which is really your chance to talk as well in the room and online, and we'll be explaining how that works. And then there's 2 more panels in the afternoon after lunch. The idea being that there is research out there, there's information about there are people who've been doing research on various literary aspects of the literary life, I could say, whether that's events, whether that's publishing, whether that's making a sustainable writing life, question mark. And so we wanted to discuss that, we wanted to give you a chance to reflect, to ask questions, and that's what we're here for. We being SpokenWeb, ALAC, the Association of English Language Publishers in Quebec, the Quebec Writers Federation, the Atwater Poetry Project, sort of, and I'll explain to you about that in a while, the Literary Umbrella of Quebec, and Espace de la Diversité, or Diversity District, who you'll be hearing from later. That's a small fraction of what makes up English language literature in Quebec, but it's what we're starting with for now. So the space is, what we hope is that there is space for conversation around that as well. There is space for reflection. There is space for you to think, am I well? Are we well? What do we need? Where are we at? What are the barriers to that? How might we overcome those? Not just from the point of view of the institutions, but between ourselves as well. What are the relationships, reflections, sparks that might come out of it? That's what we're going to try. That's the big idea. So we will start this morning. I'm very happy to hand over now to Jason Camlot, who is the moderator for our first session. Jason, you have till 11:30 a.m. Just telling you in terms of timing. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Thank you very much for being here. I look forward to hearing from you all over the course of the day. Jason Camlot.
Thank you, Rachel, very much for your remarks and for all of your work in putting today's events together. And thank you to the Fourth Space at Concordia University for hosting such a professional hybrid event. So hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Hello, everyone on Zoom as well. I'm Jason Camlot. I'm a professor at Concordia in the Department of English, and I'm also a research chair in literature and sound studies here at Concordia. This panel is called Long Literary COVID, Pandemic Events in English Montreal. And it features an opening presentation of about 25 minutes. So this is going to be the more formal part of the presentation. I'll even be reading part of it. And it's about a data collection and digital design project that attempts to capture information about literary events that have taken place in Canada during a 2-year period of the pandemic. So from March 2020 to March 2022. I pursued this project in collaboration with Concordia colleagues, Tomasz Neugebauer, who's a digital projects and systems librarian here at Concordia, Francisco Berizzbeitia, who's a software engineer and developer here at Concordia University Libraries, and with a team of students, research assistants from Concordia, Victoria University at the University of Toronto, and Simon Fraser University. And these students have been engaged in back-end and front-end development, user experience design, data collection and processing, among many other things. And they're also pursuing degrees, in computational arts and design, software engineering, library studies, English literature. So I encourage you to check out 2 things. One is the SpokenWeb blog, where these students will soon be publishing articles about this project and their role and experience in it. And eventually, once we get it to compile on the server, to check out the web presentation of the data that we'll be showing you today running off of one of our students' computers because the server wasn't cooperating with us. But that is at adp.spokenweb.ca. So Following our so we're going to present about that project, and then following that, I'm going to invite our three panelists who are going to share reflections on stories about how the pandemic affected their own literary organizations. And I'm just going to introduce them right now. So Christopher DiRaddo is the author of the novels The Family Way and The Geography of Pluto. He's a past president of the QWF, and he created the Violet Hour reading series and book club, which has to date provided a platform for more than 200 LGBTQ writers. Ashley Obscura is a Canadian-Mexican publisher, editor, and multidisciplinary poet. She's the author of 3 poetry collections, most recently Sexo por Última Vez. And she's the founder and managing editor of Metatron Press, which is a literary publisher that publishes contemporary poetry and fiction in unique pocketbook editions of debut authors. And Laurie Schubert, who probably needs no introduction, is the executive director of the Quebec Writers Federation, and many other things, but I'm just going to leave it at that. The full bios of all of our panelists are available on the SpokenWeb website posting for this event. After we hear from Chris, Ashley, and Laurie, we're going to open the panel up to questions and discussion. And there are many questions, relevant questions to this panel that we might ask and attempt to answer collectively. And in fact, for an article that I wrote recently, I interviewed each of them and asked them numerous questions. Some of them included, can you share a story about an online reading or event that seemed particularly important or powerful to you during the pandemic period? What made it special for you? How would you describe the atmosphere and effect of the online events you've organized or attended? What role did they play in maintaining community, in creating new extended connections, in giving people respite from stressful times? How did the pandemic change literary events and activities? Little questions like that. So think about those yourself, because we're going to have a conversation about this as a sort of check-in as to where we are now, once we've heard from everyone sitting here. So now I'm going to begin. Since the year 2016, when my colleague and friend Catherine McLeod started the Where Poets Read online listing of literary events in Montreal, she's posted details of over 800 readings. The last live in-person event listed on the site until a first lull in that pandemic last winter was for the Epic Voices Bilingual Poetry Show, which was held at La Vitrola, no longer here, didn't survive the pandemic, on March the 10th, 2020. This was an omnibus bilingual show co-hosted by Catherine and Catherine Cormier-Larose. And I remember this event very well, not only because of the superb readings, but because it was the last public poetry event that I would attend in person for a very long time, for 593 days, in fact. So then, from around March 12th to March 29th, 2020, so I'm bringing us back to the very beginning of the pandemic, sorry, the Where Poets Read listing showed a series of notices for canceled and postponed shows. So you'd find messages on Facebook like this one from Ian Ferrier, who is the organizer of the Words and Music show. I won't imitate Ian's voice, but tonight's show is not canceled, only postponed. We are collecting tracks from all the performers who are scheduled to present and preparing the way to present them live in this group sometime this upcoming week. Stay tuned and stay safe. Ian Ferrier. The very language of this postponement message suggests a lack of vocabulary to describe the emerging situation and the nature of truly canceled events, and then the many virtual events to come. Ian had organized the Words and Music show in Montreal for over 20 years without ever taking more than a month off. As a longtime creative colleague and friend of Ian, and as the QWF's official liaison with the Words and Music show at the time when I was on the board, in the last week of March 2020, I found myself working with Ian to find a way to keep the show going online in response to new COVID-19 restrictions around social gathering. That joint effort to produce an event we were sure was just a short-term stopgap measure turned into a 2-year collaboration and co-hosting 16 Words and Music shows featuring approximately 80 performers on Zoom through the various seasons and waves of the prolonged global pandemic as it was experienced within the specific social restrictions mandated in Quebec. So it may yet be too early to productively understand the implications of the pandemic for literary cultures and communities in Canada, and for us here in Montreal. Understanding the cultural implications of the pandemic would demand some significant degree of temporal and critical distance on that period. And seeing as we are still, to some degree, living within the fabric of pandemic time, we will aim today on this panel to look at some data about what literary communities in Quebec and across Canada did during the pandemic, and you're going to see that we did not stay sort of locked down, hidden, or idle by any means, and to describe and listen to our experiences of the qualities of the pandemic as we attempted to continue to do literary things. In my own experience of helping Ian run the Words and Music show from March 2020 to 2022, I heard not only the filtered and fragile sound of mediated, quote-unquote, connectivity that had replaced the more fluid din of connection at in-person gatherings, but also an audible longing, especially during the pre- and post-event discussions and the abrupt Zoom sign-offs, for a kind of affective presence that could only be simulated to a degree on the flat computer screens. The idea of having lived through a pandemic condition suggests the double valence of outside, inside, of both the historical, social, and institutional structures that have shaped our experience of the pandemic, and the phenomenological and psychological states of being that defined our experience of life under those conditions. And that may still linger in some ways, even as we emerge from it and are able to gather in person. So this panel is going to be more of a preliminary report, or as Rachel mentioned, a check-in, than a full-fledged argument about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on English-speaking literary communities in Montreal. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Zoom people. Hang on, I'm going to move this higher. See if I put it here in this regard. I could just hold it too. Is that better, people? Let's see. Yeah?
See it in the comments.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. All right. I'm sorry about that. Do you want me to repeat what I just said? No, I'm not going to. So it's going to be more of a check-in, but we have designed and begun a research prospectus for a more extensive study of the question of how the pandemic has affected literary events and communities in Canada. And the proposal that we put forward was funded and is underway under the title Archive of the Digital Present for Online Literary Performance in Canada, COVID-19 Pandemic Period. So the data, both quantitative info about what events took place and qualitative interviews and oral histories about how those events felt, is still coming in. We're going to show you some of it. It's the first time anyone has seen it. In fact, first time that we're going to be seeing it in for real. So let's hope it doesn't break as we show it to you. This project's designed to collect a range of information about literary events hosted in Canada since March 2020, and then to conduct oral history interviews with organizers and participants of these events to gain a sense of the cultural meaning of this chapter in our literary history. So we've been collecting data about events organized during the pandemic in phases. And a first data set has been collected from event notifications posted on social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. These platforms proved very useful as a first source of information about the status of literary events in Canada, and as the impacts of pandemic restrictions began to be felt. So seeking information beyond social media sources led us to anatomize the kinds of organizations that hold events, including established reading series and festivals, public libraries, literature departments, and publishers, to examine the online information those organizations provide about their events, and eventually will lead into a process of communicating with those organizations for additional information and stories about what happened. I'm wondering, Brijesh, would you be able to share your screen and just show the site while I'm talking about this?
Yes.
Thank you. That's Brijesh Lakad, who is one of the programmers of the site. Using social media and online sources to gather information of events has led us to reflect on the fragility of the information of the thousands of literary events and activities that take place in our country each year, and to imagine our project as a kind of archive of ephemeral happenings whose traces exist in moving or hidden fragments across a range of digital platforms. The Archive of the Digital Present is a site for reflection, not only on the meaning of literary events and activities, but also on the ways in which those activities persist on and dissolve within digital environments. In our data collection, We define literary event very liberally, so it includes readings, but also book launches, public reading groups, other forms of open online literary performance and exchange. And our initial data, although already formidable, certainly underestimates the number of online English language literary events that have been organized in Canada and Quebec since March 2020. Nor do these numbers tell us very much about what happened at these events, why and how they were organized, and what they meant for those who participated in them and attended them. That's where the interviews with the organizers, performers, and audience members of these events will come in. The quantitative and descriptive data we're collecting and presenting through this ADP site is intended to be explored by members of literary communities, basically all of us here, in part as a prompt for reflecting on the events that are cataloged there. So as soon as it's available, and the URL will be adp.spokenweb.ca, so please make note of it, and hopefully by the end of the week you'll be able to search it yourself. So from learning about, collecting, and presenting available information about literary events, we move into asking those involved about their experiences of those events in the form of written and oral histories. And that will in turn be added to as an additional content to the site. Projects conceived as a kind of dialectical encounter between quantitative and qualitative data in that sense, and as a process of organizing and structuring information about recent historical events, with the aim of sharing authority over those events with the people who produced them and experienced them. All aspects of the design of this project, from the selection of the specific data fields that we chose to fill, to the user interface and aesthetics of the online presentation of the data, the website, were pursued in dialogue with members of literary communities whose activities are represented in the archive. And as Alexandre Bustamante, who is a student in computation arts and design, who collaborated on the UX design process and designed the site, explained, and so this is his description of what he meant. And if, Brijesh, if you wouldn't mind just just showing the main page and stopping on the video at the bottom there. Yeah, just hold it there for a second. The proposed visual design of the ADP site incorporated SpokenWeb's regular palette of color, which was yellow and orange, into a dark mode background, one of the web design trends of the 2020-22 period. So we wanted to make the design dateable, in a sense, obsolete, and it connected specifically with this period. And all that, this dark mode also reflected the overall mood of the pandemic period. Keywords provided by community members who participated in our user design process, such as time, anxiety, new normal, screen, death, longing, these were sort of words that came up in our surveys, inspired the look and the design of the site. The icon created for the ADP explores an animation that makes reference to a clock marking the time, and the color scheme we achieved reflects the autumnal melancholy of a period in which silence and decay of the disease and the measures surrounding it loomed over our experience of our immediate surroundings and over the world. So on that cheery note, I'm going to turn this discussion of the project over to Tomasz, Neugebauer, and Francisco to expand some more just on the way the development of this data collection project worked, before inviting Chris, Ashley, and Lori to share some of their direct experiences of the impact of the pandemic on their work as a reading and book club series organizer, as a publisher, and as director of a writers' federation, respectively. So I don't know what you guys would like to add, and you can sort of tell Brijesh to show us a couple searches maybe.
Okay, so yeah, thanks very much. I think you can hear me, right? Without the mic can be down here. Or? Yeah.
That's no,
okay.
If you better hold it.
I'll hold it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you could slide back up to the. So I'll just quickly say a few words about the design of the site. And so on the homepage, we have three sort of data visualizations, which were generated based on the approximately 2,000 events that are in that are cataloged. And so we have a timeline. And so this is we made decisions about which data to showcase. Which data to showcase based on some let's say focus group meetings with stakeholders such as event organizers and our students, So event dates became an important, was recognized as an important data point. So knowing how many events took place on what dates, and so you could see, for example, where how the distribution of the I guess the level of activity, which as you could see there is that late 2000 would be like the highest kind of the highest point. Also connections, so visualization, which was an attempt to capture, names of participants, names of organizers, and event titles, and try to capture how those are connected together. This is really difficult to do because it's a very large data set, so it's really required a lot of filtering for some of the most active people, the most active organizations, and the events that brought them together. And as well place, and place was for me especially important because during the pandemic, the sense of place was one of the things that was really kind of challenging, in that the events, normally in the libraries, I'm a librarian, normally in libraries, location is a physical location, but we had this kind of introduction of a virtual location and Zoom or an online platform, but yet the people participating in these events were located in Montreal or in Vancouver. And so there was this kind of a blurring of place actually during the pandemic, which in this visualization is actually, so out of the 2,000 events, there's only around, I would say 500 where we were able to sort of pinpoint a place other than a virtual place. And let's say if you do, and like maybe we could show a search, like say, I don't know if you could search for I did a search this morning inside Swallow, which is the system that we use for cataloging. I've never actually tried this, so I don't know, Mary Oliver, let's say, and which should give not too many.
You want to spell it out?
Yeah, okay, well, I would say put Mary Oliver, but it's Oliver. But yeah, as you could see, here, right, so here, that first hit, so as you search, you have, it's a very dynamic search that showcases where we have all the metadata for these events, and ideally also links to the, let's say, the YouTube recording if one exists. And so the first hit there is actually a Montreal writer participating in an event in Vancouver, which is normally hosted in Vancouver, which was postponed. Speaking of location, reading, actually, I listened to it this morning, and she was reading Mary Oliver's When Death Comes. And it was right at the beginning of the pandemic. And it really brought me back to like the mood of, at that time, the sense of worry. And I think she says at the beginning, thank you for this opportunity to put on real clothes and then before presenting. And I really remember that. I mean, the only other thing I guess I want to say, for me, this project is really interesting because among the different crises that we discussed, like with the opening of the event, climate crisis, and there is also as a librarian working in digital preservation, there is also another kind of a crisis happening in the sense of really the fragility of digital information, how quickly it disappears, and how difficult it is to be stewards of that, and how and so this is why this project for me is especially important and interesting, because it's an actual attempt to really try to preserve, in the sense of minimal viable preservation of some contextual information, at least, about what happened, and to turn it also into a useful tool, hopefully, for searching and exploring. If you could click on filter results, you could see also that there is a kind of a faceting that allows you to kind of narrow down your search and really, be able to browse through all of these literary events that took place. Now I'll pass it to Francisco to talk a little bit about some of the back end.
Yeah, I just want to talk briefly about like what goes under the hood of this, and what it was relevant of this project is well, to catalog, to kind of like capture all this data, we develop a system for the larger SpokenWeb project. And that system in particular was built under the assumption that these collections were hosted in institutions. And this is community-based, so it kind of like broke the system in a way, the way we were doing, so that kind of forced us to come up with, basically there were two outcomes out of this. Like, one was that we came up with a sort of like a hack to be able to record all of this in a way that is reusable and to be displayed in like the way you're seeing it now. But also it allows to like rethink the system, and we now have a newer version of the original system that is called Swallow, and that allows us to capture data that is not held in institutions. So it's like a much generalized version, and it helps to like feed back the larger project, and also because it's an open source project, it now can be used by basically by any institution. To do the same thing, to record and to use and to catalog events or whatever they need to record. It's quite flexible. I don't want to like make some sort of like a sales pitch here about the system, but it's quite nice, I think. And to me, and also like it's kind of me being like a software engineer is something that's not obvious to me. Like dealing with seeing like literature as a source to create new technology. So that was, to me, that was kind of like a new thing to experiment. And I personally I found it was quite gratifying to see and to learn how by dealing with these very complex humanities problems, that can spawn like very interesting new technology that can then be used in our areas. So that's pretty much what I felt I wanted to share with you. And yeah, I think we're great.
Thank you both very much for elaborating on sort of how it was built. I still feel like maybe this isn't working so well. So I just asked Berizzbeitia to run a search for Violet Hour as a way to, sort of set the mood for Chris. And really, in a way, what we're doing on this panel is moving from sort of looking at some of this data. And I should say the data set's not complete. Obviously, if you looked at the map, you saw, there were no events in Saskatchewan, or there were no events in Newfoundland. There were, and we have, series that we are cataloging. They just haven't been cataloged yet. So the data is continuously being added. But we're looking at sort of data about all the events. Berizzbeitia, if you want to just sort of scroll the screen so we can have a look at these various events that come under the search Violet Hour. We're going to be moving from this kind of quantitative account of those events. There were this many events and here they were, to hearing from Chris a little bit about what these actually mean and what the experiences of these events were.
It's so cool to see them in the search field. Wow, blowing my mind. I'm very impressed, so congratulations to the team putting this together. It's a wonderful resource. It's also a very beautiful resource, so well done. Yeah, I'm going to speak about the events that I worked on during the pandemic. So in preparation for today, I counted. Since the beginning of the pandemic, so April 2020, I produced 56 different literary events, most of them online. I don't know whether to be impressed or depressed by that number, but here we are. Since we only have a few minutes each, though, I thought I would distill my thoughts into a listicle. Okay, so 3 things the pandemic taught me about organizing book events. There could be many more, but I'm going to focus on 3 of them. So the first one, virtual events are not a replacement for in-person events. So I resisted doing a virtual Violet Hour for the first few months of the pandemic. First, I had hoped that everything would go back to normal soon. And second, I had absolutely no energy to put one on. However, when I did start producing virtual events in August of 2020, I found them lacking. Although I appreciated everyone who agreed to read at an online Violet Hour, as well as those who logged on to watch, I found the events rather two-dimensional, if you excuse the pun. When we would do Violet Hours in person, there was energy, excitement, laughter. There would often be between 40 and 100 people in the room. Paragraph would sell books. On Zoom, however, you couldn't feel the audience, and we never pulled in the numbers that we did in person. All online Violet Hours were poorly attended. Even the friends of the people reading were not showing up. And at most, I think we were 20, and once we were 8, which included 4 readers. The strangest thing was there was no real climax to the events. You were speaking to that a bit, Jason. You know, it was just end meeting and closing my laptop to a dark apartment. There was no music, no drinks, no signings, no conversations, and above all, there were no sales. I have no evidence that books were ever sold at any of the online events that I produced. All this has made me wonder about the purpose of readings. Why do we do them? Why do people like to attend them? What is the public looking for? Does it matter if books are sold or not? And I'm not sure if I have satisfactory answers to any of those questions, but I do keep posing them myself. So number 2 thing I've learned, book clubs are amazing. In November of 2018, I created the Violet Hour Book Club as a companion piece to the reading series. I wanted to give an opportunity for book lovers, so the people who are coming out to the events, a chance to connect, share their favorite reads, get to know one another, maybe even make a friend or two, maybe even fall in love. And I'm happy to say that that actually happened at the Violet Hour Book Club during the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, we went from meeting once every 6 weeks at a Mile End Art Gallery to meeting once every 3 weeks on Zoom. We made this shift because we suddenly had a lot of free time and people liked the distraction, liked the opportunity to get together, even if it was only virtually. In the beginning, going online felt like an interim solution, but we have kept meeting virtually, now monthly, until May of this year. I thought once we were all vaxxed and boosted that we would switch back fully to meeting in person, but it turned out that many people wanted a hybrid version. Over the last few years, we had taken on new members who lived out of town. Some found themselves traveling when we were supposed to meet. Others had family obligations that kept them close to home. And a few even came down with COVID but wanted to join anyway. And I have to say the hybrid model is working fine and we have no plans to change it. The Violet Hour Book Club has been a true revelation for me during the pandemic. I can tell that this connection has become so important for those who now regularly attend. And this is where I am not so concerned about numbers, because it's more about the quality of the interactions, the scope of the discussions that make each event great. We've been as few as 6 and as many as 21 at a time, but mostly we hover in the early teens. But none of that, like I said, really matters. Recently, I ran an anonymous survey of the group, and I was moved at how important the club was for so many during the pandemic. Reading a book collectively, then meeting to discuss it cut isolation for many. I learned that 60% of them found themselves reading more books in a year than they normally would, and that many read books that they might have normally never read, opening their eyes to the ways in which different people live. I think I can say that the book club is one of the things that I have done that I am most proud of. Okay, final point, number 3. We need to reimagine literary events. Another thing I experienced during the pandemic was the launch of my second book, The Family Way. Originally, I'd hoped to rent out a bar and throw a big party like I had for the first one, but instead we had a live Zoom. I have to say, it was much better than I thought. I had a good time, the conversation was great, and I could see the names of friends sending love in the chat box. And when it was over, I took a bottle of cava and I went over to my friend's backyard and we had a toast. But to be honest, what ended up being the most special to me were the 4 weeks leading up to my launch. I had this idea of offering 100 special book bundles to friends. My partner is an artist, and he created some original screen-printed The Family Way bags, and inside each bag was a limited edition coffee mug that we made. It's a replica of one of the ones that my main character drinks from in the book. There was also a postcard, some chocolate because it was Easter, and a signed copy of the book. Like storks, my partner and I would then deliver my newborn door to door to those who would order them over 4 weekends. It was so much fun planning out the trips. It was like we had reimagined the book launch and brought the product to the people instead of having them come to us. Had it been a real in-person launch, I might have only had 1 or 2 minutes to speak to those who would come out, but now I could have 10 to 15 minutes over the course of 4 weeks with each person who bought a copy. And this was during the spring when we could stand outside and I could see people I hadn't seen in maybe a year. It warmed my heart, and I think if I had to choose again, I would choose this experience over a traditional launch. So what does this mean for the future? We can talk more about this. I think we will continue to do virtual events. They're not that hard to pull off, and they allow for some creative possibility, more accessibility, and especially among people or writers who don't live in the same city. But I don't think they'll ever replace in-person events. People are definitely looking for human connection. They want the book in the hand, author's signature, a memento of a night out, a discussion afterwards with a friend about what they heard and experienced. And so all this has kind of made me rethink now that we're kind of getting back to normal, what are the elements I want to keep, what am I happy to kind of keep in the past? So thanks.
Thanks so much. Thanks I just muted myself. Yes, I was on the list, and I got to see Chris in my backyard, and we hung out a little bit. And the My Queen coffee mug is my go-to mug now in the morning. So. Ashley.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to speak a bit more candidly about my experience during the pandemic as mostly a publisher, but also as an event organizer. So 2020 came around, and just a bit of a preface to the sort of situation I was in that year as a publisher is, I believe it was in January that I got news that one of the grants I had worked on for that year's publishing program had not been successful. So it was a bit of an interesting year for Metatron in the sense that we didn't have any physical books coming out that year. And then the pandemic came around, and I think, like most of us, it seemed somewhat impossible to move on in some ways, as a professional. And I think that we all really just needed to take some time to stop and to think and to reassess. And that's definitely something that I took I took the challenge. In the past, I had organized close to 60 events throughout my, I believe, 7 years of organizing. And I just didn't quite feel called to the online platform as some others did. But there was a situation that happened in November of 2020 where a poet who I think lots of us can agree we all really love, Diane de Prima, passed away. And I knew that she was a really important poet for lots of people in our community. And it was the first time that I felt an actual urge to organize something online. So later in November, I organized a marathon reading of Diane de Prima's Revolutionary Letters, which is an incredible poetry collection. And this was done live stream, and I pretty much reached out to a bunch of people from our community from all over the world to take part in this reading. I think there was 37 of us that gathered and read a couple pieces each. And that was really special because I think in 2020, my head wasn't really thinking about how to sell books. I think I was more in the headspace of how do we survive this year and how do we bring meaning to online events. And I felt that that event was charged with meaning, and it was a thing that we created together. And it was incredibly meaningful to organize that. It was a few months later when a wonderful group of art book publishers named Antiism Books asked me, they had gotten some pandemic funds and wanted to put together a reading and had a live stream team available to help. And I invited 8 Metatron authors. Actually, they weren't all Metatron authors, but mostly Metatron authors to come and read. And there was no audience, but regardless, it was such an emotional thing. I remember standing around with the writers, listening to each other read, because we were all present at the event. And many of us were quite emotional about it because I think for writers, it's so important to share our work in public spaces. And I think that there have been some amazing experiences within digital realms for this, but generally I feel like it misses the point, like it doesn't quite, it's hard to connect, I would say. And I think that when you're in a physical room, you have ambience, you have energy, you have 3 dimensions of humans. And but in the end, I was very quite happy with that event. But yeah, I resisted doing online events. But then there was another event that we did with Blue Met, which was great. It was pre-recorded, actually, and it was an event on translation. And again, I collaborated with Antiism on that project. But this was a sort of situation where, since it was pre-recorded, it wasn't live, and I started like in the middle of this event to feel like I was all of a sudden like this TV producer, which I am clearly not. But it caused me a lot of anxiety because all of a sudden I felt that the job as a presenter or the job of a publisher was all of a sudden so much bigger, and you had all these other tasks that you had to think about. And it kind of made me shy away a bit from continuing on from doing online events. But what I did do, there was some unique Canada Council funding that kind of emerged out of this time to support artists in different ways, organizers. And, I'd been taking a lot of time to sort of like think and consider publishing in this sort of new world that we're living in. The costs, the cost of paper went up wildly. The wait times to get books actually printed took a long time. So there's been like a lot of complicated factors to publishing because of the pandemic. So I actually sat down and worked on a Digital Now grant, which, it's always been a dream of mine to have an online platform for writers where you're working with, paid editors and paying people for their content and having multiple forms of poetry existing alongside together online. If you have a look at Metatron's presence online, we have, a history of a blog that we did. We have micro poems on our Instagram. We have a YouTube channel with video poems. And then we also have an archive of readings that we've done over the year and sound bits. So pretty much this new platform, which I have been working on developing for the past 8 months, will be a new online digital platform to host multiple forms of poetry together in one place. So I will say that to close, there's been some incredible challenges, as I'm sure we've all faced throughout the pandemic, but it did give me not only the chance to sort of reflect and rethink what I'm doing and why. It's also opened up new granting opportunities for innovative digital works to happen, which is something I'm quite passionate about. So yeah, that's my beginning introduction, and I'm sure we'll get into more conversation, but yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ashley. As someone who experienced those events that you were mentioning, actually, Brijesh, would you be able to, can you share your screen again and just run so this is the Metatron search. So we do have, yeah. If you want to just scroll while I'm talking here, but I remember the Diane de Prima event very vividly because it was early in the pandemic, and also it was sort of one of the first times where we had this sort of panning across people's spaces, right? So it was sort of that first experience of entering all these different people's personal spaces, which was not normal until, now it's very normal. And I remember your first antiism events because it represented a kind of significant difference in sort of professionalism, let's call it, sort of like actual. And it really got me thinking about the affordances of Zoom in different ways, and what it means to sort of use filming and and visual presentation in a more professional way, like as though you're a TV producer, right. As compared to just sitting in front of your screen with your computer mic and doing a reading, and really thinking about the value of all of those things. Sort of as Chris was saying. The book club maybe was more successful than the reading series because of the intimacy, and Zoom can be really useful for that, and sort of the lo-fi nature of it lends itself to that, but also really appreciating sort of, the creation of really a new sort of medium for poetry as a result of having to, from the pandemic. So I still have very vivid memories of those events and what they meant, to me in terms of thinking about what was happening. So thank you very much. And yeah, we'll have more time to talk about this. Yeah, and so you see, I should just mention, the reason there are visuals for all of these is that for every social media post, we tried to capture images of the actual advertisement for the various events. And so those things may not be online for the long term. Maybe you are keeping them because you're developing a site, but not all reading series do. But this site will at least have those traces of the events. So I'm going to turn things over to Laurie Schubert.
Thanks, Jason. So for QWF, we have a lot of different programs and activities, and for us the challenge was how quickly can we get things rolling again. And we had, I would say, many successes on that front, and one particular challenge, which I will strangely save for the end so that you can go out on a sad note. But my notes are in the order they're in, and I'm stuck with them. The immediate issue was our workshop program. We had 8 evening workshops going on, and they had met for 1 week in person in our office. So the question was, how quickly can we get them going again? How many people will stay on? Or are we going to be refunding a lot of money to people? Are we going to be denying honoraria to workshop leaders? We did not do that. And it was, it was a quick scurry to figure out really well how to use Zoom. Fortunately, I had already an account, so I just had to upgrade it, and I had to do a lot of tutorials online and then hold tutorials for the workshop leaders. But within 2 weeks, we had almost all of our workshops running again after that first week, and one workshop didn't even miss a week. So that I consider a great success. We did lose a few participants in the early days of the pandemic. You may be one of those people who said, oh, I'm not going to do that stuff, online stuff. But of course, gradually, people did come around and realize this was not going to be the 2-week break that we were told initially it was going to be. The interesting lesson from the workshops is that we always do feedback requests, and we found that maybe not half, but certainly more than a few in each workshop said that they actually preferred doing it online. So that was something that we are keeping in mind as we, this fall, starting last night, launch our hybrid workshops from our office, which is now fully equipped to allow people to come in, tune in from remote locations, or any remote location. It was initially a project that was designed for us to be able to reach out to writers in the regions of Quebec. But of course, now it's also for people who just are immunocompromised or have other reasons for not wanting to attend in person. So we're going to find out how that works very soon, and hopefully that's something that we will continue. Another problem that came up was that we had been supposed to launch a new program called Storyscaping, whereby we sent a writer out into a remote location in the province, and they spent a day working with people, seniors or youth, that had been brought together by a particular community organization. So that was supposed to launch in March of 2020. I consulted with the partners in the people that I knew who were involved with community organizations throughout the province, learned that they were not ready to think about it, even online, and so we paused that. And when we did finally pick it up again, which I think, Rachel, was in that fall of 2020, yeah, we quickly learned that an all-day workshop on Zoom was not a good idea, so we changed the format of those and went down to either 2-hour sessions that met over a period of weeks or 1.5-hour sessions. And the feedback on those were good, although the enrollment was not as good as we hoped in each session. And that might be partly a function of it being new, partly a function of it being online. So we're watching that program. It's been going on since then, and hopefully we've started having some in-person sessions again. The most interesting thing in a way for me was the sort of psychosocial aspect of this and what it meant to the people who were participating in activities. So we did try to very quickly offer some strictly social events and some additional readings that were more than readings. They were really panels that we did online. We expanded our Writers Out Loud series. We decided in response to the spring, early summer events of 2020 to offer 4 events in our Writers Out Loud series called Black Writers Out Loud. And these events were very well attended, better than our in-person Writers Out Loud events normally are. We went on with that effort to respond to current events, and in that series over really it was 2020 and 2021 mostly, although we have had an event in 2022. We also had a Pride version of Writers Out Loud. We did 2 events featuring Palestinian writers, and we did an event on Muslim Awareness Week, and an event featuring 3 writers who were based in Ukraine, along with 1 Canadian Ukrainian writer. Again, these were very well attended, most of them. The biggest challenge was knowing what to do with the QWF Awards Gala in November of 2020. We'd already booked the hall, but we were given the right to postpone it to 2021, but we still needed to give out some literary awards. So we decided that we would do a series of videos with 1 host to give it some sort of continuity, and that was Dina Smith, who did a fantastic job. We announced all of our shortlists in these videos for 7 nights for 7 prizes. We had an announcement every night of who the shortlisted authors were and books. And then we we pre-recorded the gala ceremony and ran that. And I will say that we did not have the numbers attending that we would have in person. There were 130 people who actually watched it unfold on the evening of the so-called gala. But to date, that 2020 gala has had 836 views, which is 4 times as many people as normally attend one of our galas. And what's really interesting is in 2021, we did hold a live event, but we only invited those people who were VIPs, in effect, the finalists, the sponsors, the jurors, the jury selection committee, all of the people who are really intimately attached to the event. So we had 100 people in the room, and we live streamed that. It was a live ceremony, live streamed. Again, I don't actually remember how many people were there at the time, but that event has now had over 1,000 views. So it's interesting to me that the first event had fewer views in a way when people were, I don't know if it's perhaps because people were used to looking for things online at that point, even after the fact, but you know, very pleased with the numbers who have viewed at least a portion of that event. Those social events that I was talking about, I was really touched by the responses that we got from people. We added Shut Up and Write events online. We did some Lunch and Learn events, something we'd never done before, but we'll continue with. We did an event in partnership with Argo Books as part of their disability series. And we had an appreciation of one of the members of our community, very important member of our community, who passed away during, not of COVID, but during the period, that was Joel Yanofsky. And like you, Ashley, I found that incredibly moving. Of all the events that we presented during COVID to this date, that one had the most people present at the time that it was happening. So I think it was like 150 people online for that. And the responses that we had were incredible, really, to all of these. I was very touched by how many people wrote to me and thanked us for the work we were doing to keep so present in our members' lives and give them a place to be and a place to talk to one another. I said I would save the challenge for last, but I'm going to jump to it now and then come back to one last short thing. The challenge was our Writers in the Community program, where writers go out and do workshops with kids, at-risk youth in various venues, mostly around Montreal, but a little bit outside of the city as well. Many of our venues are group homes, prisons, places where they just don't have the technology to allow the kids to participate well. We did run some sessions, but in most cases there was just one computer in the room, maybe a screen, not quite the size of this one, but a screen on the wall. And it was very challenging, partly because of the context, very hard for the workshop leaders to bond with the participants. And those were disappointing sessions, many of them. We're still doing some of them online, but we've started to go back in person to some venues. And I don't know what the solution is for that problem if we were ever to be in this situation again, other than finding a way to get more computers into those facilities so that each kid had a way to be online at the same time with the workshop leader. As a summary, I just want to say it opened a lot of new doors. There are many things I can't imagine going back to. I can't imagine going back to restricting juries to being able to come together in a room. It's so great to be able to pull jurors from around the country. And in terms of our mandate to increase the profile of our members, I'm also working on getting some of our members into juries in other writing organizations around the country. So that's something that will be good and will continue. And just a really last point, which is we in conjunction with the Nova Scotia Writers Federation, we started a new group during the pandemic called the National Juries Working Writing Awards Group, NJOG. Very catchy, trips off the tongue. And that group has attracted about, I think it's about 50 people who have been meeting on a regular basis to talk about some of the issues around literary awards. I won't go into details, but that's been a great opportunity because writers groups like ours, there's just one provincial writers organization in each province. So we're working in silos, and it's been great to share materials online and discussions and bring in speakers and so forth. So all in all, I think it's been eye-opening. I can't wait till it's over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lori. So we have time now. I mean, one thing that really strikes me from three, and Zoe's here, who's going to have questions, I'm sure, for the panelists, and we will open things up to everyone for questions and to share stories. Brijesh, if you wanted to share your screen for now, and yeah, there's a search that we did on Quebec Writers Federation for this period. You can just scroll through that while I'm talking here. But what's very interesting from all three of you is sort of how the nature of the ways in which community rituals, I guess, and community events of connection have changed as a result of this. And that seems to be persisting in some way because we're continuing to do hybrid or other kinds of things, you know. The idea of gatherings as a kind of communal ritual, shared experience where everyone was at this reading, and so we all had that together, and that just happened, and that sort of marks, somehow our community going forward. It seems to be changing a lot, but it doesn't mean that there's less connection necessarily. It's just happening in a sort of less, singular way, and it's also harder to track in some ways, because the reach of our connections maybe have expanded, and they're more sort of individual or piecemeal, I'm wondering if there's sort of further thoughts just about, this term community, I guess, or sort of the communities that we're engaging with, and what we imagine the pandemic and its lasting impacts will mean for how we identify as communities, going forward. If anyone wants to sort of reflect on that.
Well, I think for Violet Hour, it's open to the public, anyone can join, but I feel like we've really created a community of people who actually care for one another, which was something I think that was missing a lot from the readings. Like, people would come to see someone read, and maybe they would go up and get their book signed and say a few words, but then everyone would go home and not really kind of connect. And we actually have, we also created a social group called Friends of Giovanni. So instead of Friends of Dorothy, it's Friends of Giovanni, like Giovanni's room. And we actually kind of get together and do other kind of social things. We did a tour of the old kind of the gay village used to be around here, and so we went on a walking tour of that. Sometimes we get together for drinks at a bar and stuff like that. And I think it was I realized recently is that, well, these people are also friends with one another, and they hang out now outside of book club. And to me, that we've got people all from different ages. We've got senior citizens. We also have very young people who are in university. And so there's also this communication happening across generations now. And, some of the books we read were published in the 70s. And so, we had someone, who lived through that time as a gay man and could kind of speak to his own personal experience. And then you have younger people who had never really, didn't really know what it was like to be queer back in those days, having an exchange in real time while also talking about literature. So I don't know, like it's weird. It's like we said, it's a smaller group, but at the same time, it's much more intimate. There's these connections happening that where I were hoping that would be happening in a room with like a lot of people, but that wasn't happening. So, yeah, does that answer the question? I don't know. I just feel like, I'm like I said, it's a community that's kind of growing on its own now, almost without my involvement too.
I was going to add something just briefly that, in a different way, I feel like it's been difficult to like actually harness like a physical sense of community, given the conditions. And I think that, at least from my experience, like lots of people I know actually ended up leaving the city, going to different parts of Canada, English-speaking parts of Canada, back home. So I will say that there has been, and we're still in this pandemic, and I feel like physical events are just kind of just starting to pick up. And I think there's a lot of community building and nurturing to happen in the future. But I will say I do have a sense that like at least Metatron's community is very all over the place. And it's one reason that I've been in the background developing. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of Discord. It's like traditionally sort of a gaming platform, but I've been building this Discord for the Metatron community to keep in touch and for all of us to engage with outside of like social media and emailing. So I'm pretty excited to launch that and hopefully start bringing the ties back together. But yeah, it's been a difficult time for community nurturing for sure.
Yeah, I have sort of a flip side also. I think QWF's community was fairly healthy. Those who wanted community did find it in person at our events. Our board met, this is just one example of what I'm thinking of, but our board met a lot during the first year of the pandemic. We had a lot of decisions to make. It's an interesting experience getting together with groups of people for meetings or family discussions. I'm sure all of you have had this experience. Somebody is on and the other people are listening, and that is not how live events work. You can go off to the side and turn to someone and have a little side comment. You can go into the kitchen with your brother and have a whole conversation. Those things can't happen very easily on Zoom unless they're orchestrated with breakout rooms, and that's quite artificial. We did try to do that. We also tried one of those social platforms online where you can go off to that table over there or stand around the piano and you'll hear some music while you talk. Those were the aspects of it that I found disappointing. And I don't know what the solution is other than being in person again and really connecting with people face to face.
Thanks. So we have time just to open things up. I don't know if Zoe wanted to jump in and ask a question. And also, if you wanted to run searches on the site, we could do that too. So just random searches. You want to search yourself, we'll see what happens, we could certainly do that.
Sure, I have a question. And then if anybody on Zoom wants to send a question through the chat, that's what I am up here for. I'll read it out. But a question that I have is, as these communities and the reaches of your organizations expand, people can join from anywhere in Canada, from anywhere internationally even. How do you foresee that impacting how you plan future events where you might be inclined to only have an in-person setting, but you want to include these new international communities?
I'm not sure if this is going to answer your question perfectly, but I'm organizing a sort of retroactive launch for a bunch of books that were published over the past 2 years that didn't really get a proper launch, and some of them are not located in Montreal. So the plan is to actually do a live stream of the event, but also have like beam in people from elsewhere and project them like in the space. So, you know, I think that with technology, there's so many amazing opportunities to you know, create a vaster sense of audience and to connect with more people. But yeah, for me, it takes a lot to organize that stuff, and there aren't necessarily easy to access financial resources for that as well. So it's sort of like a complicated situation where I think there is a desire for everyone to continue doing an online aspect of events, but I'm not sure if there's like an understanding of how much that actually costs to properly do. But yeah, I'll say that.
Yeah, I think the concern over price and cost, and all of a sudden, like you said, being a TV producer, I feel all those pressures too. And like, you know, Violet Hour, we don't really operate with a budget. I'm going to the book club with my monitor in a bag and like my laptop and my dongles and like tethering my phone because the Wi-Fi is not working, right? So it's not the most ideal experience. And I think, you know, like I said, I'm committed to making this like hybrid as long as I can. But at one point, if it becomes too successful and I have 50 people online and 6 in the room, you know, I might have to rethink things. But I think, like I said, for now, we've grown close to a lot of the people who are beaming in, and to kind of not include them kind of feels, you know, I don't really want to do that right now. But yeah, I'm not like set up to kind of like have like multiple cameras at a Violet Hour, you know, shifting between camera 1 to 3, you know, that'd be great. But, you know, it's still got to be lo-fi for the moment for me.
Yeah, and for us, we did an event with a writer who is from South Africa, and we had people attending from South Africa. And I think that the message there is you need to have someone at the other location. You're not just going to suddenly have an international audience, not small groups like ours. So for one thing, if we do decide to try to get more international interaction, I think it's important for us to find a group to partner with. And we recently completed our first writer's residency in Dublin, Ireland. So we partnered with the Irish Writers Center there. So that might be a first place that we would try and see if we could get something going. Obviously, it's not going to be 3 cameras, but I'm not sure that's essential to getting involvement and interest stirred up. You've got to find the right topic and the right people, and I think it can be done.
Thanks. I want to continue on this subject just for another moment, because in the academic world, it's definitely, you know, for academic conferences, which are starting to go back in person, it's been, you know, on everyone's minds. I am part of, my major organization as a 19th century British literature scholar is the North American Victorian Studies Association. And for the past 6 years, I've been on a task force, which was the Flightless NAVSA conference task force. So before COVID ever hit, we were planning on, you know, having a flightless conference, which would be organized as hubs, right? So that so everyone could get to, you know, a series of hubs that would be across North America, and we would hold our individual conferences. Then COVID hit, and like 2 years later, we were supposed to have our flightless conference, like just as we were coming out of COVID. It was like, wow, this is terrible timing, right? But what you were saying really got me thinking about a space like this, Fourth Space. So there aren't many spaces, you know, available to anyone who wants to do an event for free or, you know, for easily, where you could have someone, a speaker. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because we have an annual lecture in the English department, which is the Leahy Lecture. And this year's lecture, we would have thought we would want to bring the person back in person and have them come. But it's actually going to be held here, and they will be presenting from the screen here, but we will be here as an audience in person, right? And so it's a kind of strange, you know, mixture of these two things, you know, where we could if the infrastructure exists, then there may be ways of encountering larger communities, not just a single speaker in a community, but actually larger communities through these sort of Star Trek-y pods or whatever, where we could actually communicate with each other. So I wonder if we're, heading in that direction a little bit.
I just want to say something. I mean, this space is fantastic, but it's not available to just anyone. However, Elan has a grant and is working on a project to equip a similar kind of space. And it's just started this year, putting it together, but there will, within, perhaps a year, I don't know the timetable on that. Maybe someone online knows and can tell us. There will be something that artists can use, English-speaking artists from Quebec can use to do their video work and so forth.
Yeah, so there's a question online from Michael Eberly Sinatra. The question is, did most of the events record the event as well as make the videos available online, which could be pointed at in the SpokenWeb project? We were hearing earlier that, like Lori was talking about how, maybe only so many people attended the live event, but now we know 1,000 people watched it since then, right? So these events are having sort of temporal existence that exceeds the moment, which wasn't always the case, right? So Brijesh, if you want to pull up the site for a second, we have a component that's not yet working, but if you look at these, so this is, each card here represents a single event, and you see there's a little video camera there. We have a data field, which I've found out about, and I'll report to Tomasz after this meeting about how it's going to be working, which indicates whether or not there is a video of the event. So we are finding that less than 50%, of the events that took place actually have lasting video, AV documentation of the events online. Some were done like on Facebook Live and things like that, and they're just still there. Some organizations actually do archive their recordings like on YouTube and sort of keep them linked, et cetera. But in the site, essentially, if there is a video camera icon there, it means there is a video to watch of that event. And there'll be another symbol with a line through it, which indicates that there is not a video camera. So first count, Michael, is about 40% of the total events actually did have AV that was still available online.
I'm just gonna,
yeah. We need a microphone. Yeah, thanks.
So selfishly, as a writer, like I think it's really interesting reflecting on all the live Zoom hybrid, not hybrid events and being reminded of how many took place. And I think we should, or the leaders who did this should kind of pat themselves on the back, and the participants for having kind of sustained a certain literary culture over this terrible time. But I feel like one of the sort of minor functions of literary events, again, for me, selfishly as a writer, is like there's always been something really sustaining about like being bodily in the same place as another person with my lonely habits. Like I know as a writer, there's other writers out there because there's books everywhere, but there's something different about being like, oh, hello, I see the same slump in your shoulders, and that was obviously really missing over this time. And personally, I felt like alienated, and that aspect of it, I never found in these events. And it didn't help me through this time as a writer at all. But I'm curious, for those of you who have a better perspective on like publishing and writing in Quebec or Montreal or beyond, like how has the writing community here fared? Like have people been writing? Are there like people were the normal amount of books or pieces written in the past couple of years, or was there a slump? Or I have no idea. I have anecdotal evidence in both directions.
I mean, I only have like a small kind of viewpoint into that, but I think it's been really difficult for writers. And I think that I sense that from conversations I've had with authors I've published over the last 2 years, where people are very hesitant to take up space and like don't even really want to do launches. Not that they don't want to, but I feel like we have to talk about like the mental health effects of the pandemic too, and that's, you know, affected, like, I'd say most of us, including, you know, the very, very sensitive writers that, you know, are so amazing in this community. I think it's been really difficult for writers, and I think that's a really important question to bring up. And as I said, I don't exactly know, and I'd love to hear your guys' experiences, but it's been concerning for me to see like these launch times come around, and for the writers I work with to kind of not want to take up that space and do the launch, whether it's like, you know, online or in person. So yeah, I'll say that.
Yeah, also anecdotally, Sean, at the beginning of the pandemic, for quite some time, I was hearing from people that they were having trouble writing and reading as well. But the only statistic I have is the number of books that are submitted for the QWF Awards, and the number this year was higher than ever. I don't know what that means. That's a very high class of people who are getting published. It doesn't necessarily reflect what's going on in the community at large, but it's one of the reasons that the next session that we're holding after this one at 11:30 includes an opportunity for us to find out how people are, what they're doing, what they need from us, and so forth.
One of the things that I took part in were these Let's Write or Shut Up and Write kind of sessions where, like, every Saturday for like 3 hours we would get on Zoom, and you'd write for 30 minutes, 5-minute break, write for 30 minutes, 5-minute break. And I loved it, honestly. Like, I didn't think I would ever like it. And I think kind of pre-pandemic, I don't think I would have ever taken part in that. But it just made, you know, myself accountable to myself and to other people. And it remains kind of a really good memory of the pandemic for me. Yeah, I was one of the people who lost my job during the pandemic. And honestly, like, as someone who's been trying to write books and do jobs at the same time, it was very difficult. So I actually kind of did write a lot, but I completely understand too that a lot of people struggle with that. One of the things I missed a lot were the QWF social events too, like, you know, being able to kind of just talk to other people, be in the same. This is the first time I'm in the same room with like a lot of you people today, and it feels really wonderful. And it's sad that it took 3 years to do that, but yeah, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. We need to get you a microphone. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you for your comments and for all of your work for many, many years, but for the past 2.5 years also. I have a number of questions that your comments raised about everything from intellectual property when stuff is online, about what other data sets are available, can we search by any other, you know, what can we break down by age or by gender, that kind of stuff. About some of the chasms that were opened up between people who are salaried in the pandemic and people who are gig economy or freelance workers. So these issues, I mean, we could have had a whole conference, I think, on what was it you said, Lori, where I'm really tired and I'm glad it happened and I'm really tired and hope it's over, whatever. That's the t-shirt, right? Like, right, good, we survived, make it stop. But I think what strikes me most is the word community that has come up in every one of your comments. And the difference between, I guess, reach and outreach, because it's true what you were saying, Lori, is that, you know, something can happen online and people can't come for whatever reason. Like, why did we canceled linear time and still everything happened at like 6 to 7 p.m. somehow. We still kept that schedule, but they're not the same thing, right? So if you can't be there physically in person, one of the things that the pandemic I think did do was it really reified the distinctions between who was in and who was not, right? So if you're able to kind of be in the chat with someone during an event and be like, haha, you know, this is really funny, blah, blah, sidebar, you have that connection that pre-existed the pandemic. And so that's great. And I wonder how now and in the future, the mechanisms for kind of broadening the community for real outreach are going to change. I mean, if traditionally it was sort of in-person events that you were bold enough as a young writer to come out to at the bar or whatever, now you sort of do you need an in? Do you need a friend to kind of introduce you to the community? You need first of all technology, you need time, you need to have time access sort of in that 5 to 7 p.m. slot or whatever. There's a whole bunch of barriers that we didn't even think about before that now all of a sudden are really obvious. Same thing with the sort of tech shyness of certain people, certain generations, certain, you know, whatever, for a number of reasons. And so I wonder now what it's about, and I guess it's about discoverability, it's about accessibility, and I'm not really formulating this as a question, but I wonder how we make sure that we're not losing people going forward, and how we make sure that the sort of fake beacon of reach, because yeah, you can rewatch something at 1 o'clock in the morning 4 months after it happens, but are you more or less alone by being able to do that, I guess?
Are you more or less alone, Laurie?
I didn't mean it to be existential.
No, that's a great question.
I thought if I just sat really still, go away.
It doesn't have to be for you.
Thank you for raising that. I need to be reminded, we need to be reminded of that. And we need to, I don't have an answer. I'm hoping more issues like that will come up in the next session and that we can sit down, the board together, and try to figure out, and our membership coordinator who's here and our communications officer who's here, and try to figure out ways to do a better job going forward of bringing in, making people feel included. I think it's about inclusion, because it's always been a case with QWF. You know, I'm at the top of the organization and I get all the wonderful feedback, but there are people, every once in a while I hear grumbling, you know, oh, it's a clique. And I'm like, what? No, we love everybody, come, you know, and we are always encouraging people to come to events, but there's a perception gap there. And also, as you say, it takes some bravery to come out, and maybe a buddy system or something like that. I don't know what it'll be, but I'm glad you raised it, and it's something I'm going to think about.
And for what it's worth, I don't think that the QWF does feel like a clique at all. I think it's much more about, you know, the natural shyness of beginning writers and systemic and temporal barriers, and just, you know, you want to, how do you approach a new group of people when now you can't actually approach a group of people?
Did anyone else want to talk?
I just echo what Laurie said. It's a really good question. I don't think I've really even thought about, like, in the ways in which barriers that people, like, I feel like it just increases access, but you're right. Like, you know, no, there are total barriers. You have to have an internet connection. You have to have like a computer. Not everyone has that too. A lot to think about. So thanks, Katja.
Yeah, I love the way you put it, Katja. And I think it connects, from my perspective, I'm really interested in why people listen to these Zoom readings for those 2 years. So coming back, like, to Sean's point about, like, why do we have readings? What function do they have? And I think that the function of those events changed quite a lot. Or maybe if they happen, if their function is sort of on a continuum between, like, experiencing literature, you know, and having some kind of sense of social connection to people, or, you know, that have nothing to do with literature, but just getting to know them as people, feeling part of an actual writing community and actually getting to meet writers so that you can interact with them, versus just meeting people, you know, like, who share interests. Like, there are all these different reasons. But I'm really interested in people's experiences, because mine was kind of insane, because suddenly I had access to so many more events. Like, I could actually go to everything if I wanted to, and for a while, like, I was tuning into everything, right? And like, just lying there on the sofa, like, and not, like, sort of, and wondering, like, what am I doing? Like, why am I listening to this, right? But also, like you're saying, in the sidebar, because I would just catch a glimpse, or in the square, of someone I knew who I hadn't seen, and I'd get excited. And so, like, you know, if the chat function was open for direct chatting, like, I would say hi or whatever. Like, there were all kinds of reasons, and that had nothing to do with what was being read or the works that were being presented, you know, that were part of that experience. And so, like, in a way, like, the sociality of literary events, like, was really accented, I think, in those interactions. But I think you're right that, like, the kinds of actual connection that gets passed on even from generation to generation in writing communities, had we stayed in that condition for much longer, like, would have been seriously disrupted. Like, hopefully it won't, you know.
Yeah. My name's Feroz, DiRaddo Press. I think the issue that Caitlin, is it, Katja, has raised, I think, is really important, because we are talking about the effects of COVID. If one looks at the statistics, the majority of people who die, who have died, or are affected by COVID, have been working class Black people predominantly. If we look at north of Montreal and looks at the housing conditions, the working conditions, people sharing beds and so on, there's a whole story, there's a whole life history, a whole perspective, which I'm not sure gets spoken about it's not so much a reach for diversity as opposed to opening a door to experiences and voices and perspectives. They have their own literature. They have people think. These people do think. It's not just them. And I just wonder to what extent there is an attempt to try and open that space out to make the reflections on literature go beyond the middle classes and their own preoccupations, and to give, to recognize the humanity of others.
This is very much on our mind, and it's something that we have dedicated some time to. We've involved, myself and the board have gotten involved with some EDI training. We've been trying for a number of years now to somehow show people that they're welcome at QWF. We've diversified our board, but it's not enough to just diversify your board. Obviously, it's a necessary step, but I do think, I think it's a process. It's not, we've created an outreach list. We have tried to send our information to and even appear at events of community organizations who are from not the typical white middle class background that QWF evolved from many years ago. Our staff too is diverse, but I think it's a lot about contacts and knowing people and finding ways to build trust over time. And it's a process we've started, we're working on, it's very much on our minds. If you look at the statements that we give to our juries, for example, about the way that they should approach evaluating literature for our prizes, there's a great statement, a great deal of information in there for them to think about so that they are not, slotting books into categories and thinking, this feels right to me. This feels like the kind of literature I studied at university or something like that. And I do think the results, again, every year our short lists are quite diverse. And this year, again, I have a sneak preview. I think remarkably diverse group of books by a remarkably diverse group of authors will be represented. But I would love to talk to you if you have ideas on how we can go about this better, because it's not been, c'est pas évident for us to make it happen in a year or 2 years or 3 years.
Yeah, with the book club, I would love to have more diversity in terms of its membership. The books that we read are very diverse in nature. That's kind of the goal, to just not show a homogenous version of kind of queer culture, but like a diverse one. And also for the reading series as well, I want to make sure that we've got as much diversity as possible on the stage. The book club, the reading series tends to run with the publishing world, like the books that are getting published, and I think, I think publishers also have to do a better job of also trying to find voices that we don't hear a lot from. I know that they're working hard and they are publishing voices, but I'm sure there's always more that we can hear from.
Thanks for. There we go. Thanks for that question. We're running out of time. We've actually run out of time, but I want to approach that question from the perspective of the project that we've been working on, because if we think of it as a question about data collection as well and accessibility, and when I'm talking about attending online events, it assumes perhaps one has a computer, it assumes perhaps one has Wi-Fi, the basic infrastructure to even participate in these online events, and that's not always the case. When I was talking about phases of finding out about events that have been happening and where they happened, there's a challenge there in really finding out about events by some communities that you're not aware of in the first place, right? And so one has to go past social media posts where they have maybe a social media director and can advertise all their events and try to really expand one's search as widely as possible. One of the important aspects of the Spoken Web project, which is about sort of telling literary history through audio visual documentation of events, right, is that it tells a whole other history of literature in Canada that is different from the official print record version of it, right? Because a lot of these events have artists and performers and writers who are performing but may never have published a book, right? Or may never publish a book, but are very active in their communities, and they're very vibrant communities. This extends to the sort of search for information about literary communities that are active during the pandemic and how they've been impacted. So it's an important data collection question for us as well about really looking past our own blind spots to be able to find out about community events that we may not find as easily as some others, you know. So I just wanted to mention that as sort of another aspect of the question you asked. I want to thank all of our panelists for this this wonderful discussion. So Francisco, Tomasz, Ashley, Lori, Chris, thank you so much for joining us and being here. We're going to be moving into the next panel. I'm going to turn things over to Rachel now. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Am I on? I am on. And thank you also to Jason Camlot for organizing this and bringing this all together, please. That's a good start. Something, I don't know what that means. I'm going to tell you now. I have no idea. I'm going to leave that to Fourth Space. Fourth Space, there's a thing. Thank you all very much. I can feel that ideas are starting. I can feel unfinished conversations, which in some ways are my favorite sort of conversations because it means they will continue to some degree as well. We are going to move on to our next panel. Zoom people, we told you we tried to keep it on time. So what we're now going to move into is really about you talking and about us listening to you collectively about finding a way to capture those conversations, and specifically QWF is going to listen to you and the Quebec Writers Federation. We are now going into the QWF discussion groups, Have Your Say. We 4 facilitated discussions around issues raised by a community-wide survey. It's an opportunity for writers at all career stages to voice concerns, share knowledge, and help shape priorities for QWF in the coming years. 2 of these groups are in person and will be split in the space. 2 are online and will be presented as breakout rooms. And I'm going to introduce Chris Neal, who is going to be managing this whole process magnificently for you. I'm going to give you a proper intro, Chris, if that's okay. Chris Neal, upon ending a career in various communication management roles at the World Bank, Christopher Neal returned from Washington, D.C. to his native Montreal in 2016. In the 1980s, he worked as a journalist with the Montreal Gazette and Ottawa Citizen, and as a freelance correspondent in Latin America. He was later a communications manager at 2 international development NGOs and at Global Affairs Canada, then CEDA, where he served as Director General of Communications. His book, The Rebel Scribe, Carlton Beals and the Progressive Challenge to US Policy in Latin America, was published this year by Hamilton Boots. I will leave you in Chris's capable hands.
Thank you very much, everybody, and it's wonderful to be here. I could use a mic, maybe that would be so that everybody can hear me. You know, I've often walked past this space here on the street, especially in the evening, and I see people in here listening to interesting people talk, and I've thought, wow, that looks interesting, and I'd love to be part of that. And so it feels good to be part of an activity happening here. As you've heard, I'm going to be just facilitating this session and basically acting as a bit of a traffic cop for what we're going to do in terms of getting information on writing futures in Quebec from you. As you've heard, I've been a writer in various forms, and a journalist, a hack, a ghostwriter of op-eds that are signed by other people, reports, proposals, briefs. Many of you have done things along the same lines, kind of getting the work where you want it. And I would say that writing as a career is sometimes it's something that chooses us rather than something that we choose ourselves. And some might call it a gift. In other cases, it might be kind of some kind of congenital condition that you need to manage. And so I think that what we're going to try to do today is manage that condition and see how we can do a more effective job at it. And Rachel has already done some of my work for me in terms of explaining the format, that we have 2 groups here and we have 2 groups that will be online. So we're lucky today really to have a stellar group of facilitators for each of these 4 groups. There is Julie Barlow, who is right at the back. Her hand is there up, and she will be leading a group on connecting to the French literary community. And also at the back is Dan David, who is also a journalist and formerly broadcaster with the Aboriginal Network, I believe. Am I right? And CBC too, I think, right? So Dan David will be talking about building a career as a writer. So those are the 2 groups that will be here in person. And Dan's group on building a career as a writer will be behind the screen there for those of us who are there. And Julie's group on connecting with the literary community in Montreal, or with the French literary community, will be here in this space. So you pick which one is of most germane for you. And I'd like to also introduce our other 2 groups that are online. We have a facilitator, Stephanie Roberts, a poet. Where's Stephanie? She's over there. Okay, she's already behind. So those of you who are online will see her or have seen her, and I'm sure she's signaling to you. And finally, we have Christy Huff, who will be talking about support services for writers. I mentioned earlier that writing can be a condition that we need to manage. It becomes particularly difficult and acute, as we've heard from this panel this morning, in a time of pandemic. So mental health services and other services for writers. I'd like to just mention also, just generally, I mean, why are we doing this? Well, the Quebec Writers Federation exists. It's an organization of writers, for writers, by writers, but it exists in order to provide whatever you need as writers, whatever we need as writers. And so that we are calling on you to tell us what you need, how we can do what we do better, what's working, what's missing. All of the information that is needed to answer these questions is between your ears and in this room. So all the people who need to be here to answer those questions are here. And I think that this is the moment to really share what you've experienced, share what you need. We can respond better if we know what the challenges are. So with that in mind, I think I would call on you now. These are 55-minute sessions in each case. So we're 55 minutes to talk. We have to be very disciplined. Yeah, and you know, you've heard that. You'll hear it again. We ask you to be brief. Your facilitators have gotten a kind of quickie course in group facilitation, so they will be ruthless in keeping time and keeping you on track and cutting off rambling and so on. Make your point, make it concisely. This exercise will produce a report. It's not a report that's going to gather dust. It's a report that we'll post on our website and that we will act on as board members of the Quebec Writers Federation. We want to be a relevant organization that is of service to its members, and that's the purpose of the report, so that we can put together a continuing program that serves all 800 members. So you, in fact, are it's a type of delegative democracy where you will be sharing your experience so that we can share it with our members and adapt our programming accordingly. So I think I'm finished in terms of introducing the thing. It's now 11:40, which is what it should be at this point. And so I invite you all to pick a group. Again, Dan David is on the other side of the screen, building a career as a writer, and the other focus group, connecting to the French literary community, is right here with Julie Barlow.
Hi, everybody. Oops. Oh, my voice is coming out up there.
One of our devices is joined in the breaker room or something. Sorry, I should finish one.
Or are you in the main Zoom?
I haven't, I'm not,
What are you talking?
hold on, let me turn off my.
Hi, Rachel and Lori. We got sent to a room, but there were no participants in it, so we're a bit lost.
We're having technical problems. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes.
We're working on it.
Okay.
useful interaction there. So I'm going to call on people in the order that I have here, which is Dan David first. Oh, you were wrong? Okay. You're ready though, Dan, right? You can wing it. So, building a career as a writer, Dan David, the floor is yours and you have 5 minutes. You have a mic here. I have a mic and you can have mine.
This is what we mean by bouillabaisse. It is all of the ingredients that you need for a nice spicy soup. And then you mix it all up and you throw out the ideas and all kinds of good tasting things come to pass when serving time. There's a lot of great ideas. What we did was allow people allow a whole bunch of people to throw out different ideas, their passions, their complaints, griefs, all kinds of different things came out. So they talk about what does it take to be a writer. You need to have courage, dedication, focus. You need to have certain things. It's nice to have a job. It's nice to be able to have money, some time to be able to write. So all of these different things are reflected on this page in various kinds of words. You need to have feedback. You need to have some help in developing as a writer. And then you need to have some kind of professional help, editors, somebody, a mentor, somebody to work with. But more importantly, I think that everybody was talking about, you need to have a community of like-minded people, of people who share the passion that you have. You may write in different kinds of genres, in different areas. It could be technical writing, report writing, it could be journalism, could be fiction, nonfiction, it could be children's stories, but everybody has a shared passion for creating with words, creating pictures with words, and connecting with an audience of readers out there. So what they wanted from the QWF was a little something that was more than just a collection of programs that were here and there spotted. What they wanted was to help build that community by redesigning the programs that made more sense to them. And I admit it, I threw it out there. I said, there is a stage of development from pupa to larva to the butterfly that takes off and takes wing and spreads the word all over the world, right? And so looking for some kind of coherence to help people on their journey as a writer, from beginning idea through development, professional development, onto publication, but even after that, not to just simply forget them after they have some kind of a launch party, but continue helping, because you're going to have postpartum publication. So that's what they want more than anything else, is help it by the QWF to build that community and have some more coherence in the programs that it delivers. The kind of stuff that people at various stages of their own professional development can plug into or plug out of whenever they want, but that there is that stage, that journey that goes on, and building it up through the programs. I don't know what else to say, except thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. And Riley, you were fantastic.
Thank you, Dan. And now I'll go over to Julie Barlow, whose group talked about connecting with the French literary community.
Thanks, Chris. We did not make a bouillabaisse. We're not good cooks. We made a list, which I guess is a recipe. We're hoping we've boiled it down to a recipe now. Anyway, so in our group, which we had a great variety of perspectives, it was wonderful to hear ideas that we've never really even necessarily thought about, which is wonderful and kind of humiliating at the same time. But anyway, the first thing I think, so we tried to boil it down to 5, and we've ended up with 6 points. And we tried to keep focused on things that were within the realm of possibility of the QWF acting on, because of course we do offer services to writers. We can't solve the two solitudes. One of the first preoccupations, though, was funding, how to get funding in a silo situation where there are groups that take care of Francophone writers and groups and institutions that take care of Anglophone writers, and mixing the two it's just very difficult to know where to go and how to get funding for things that don't fit one or the other. So, there is that funding, we know it's there, but it's maybe worthwhile for us as an organization to consider how we can make it that more clear to writers, which leads to the other point, which was advocacy on those. And one of our members expressed the desire, and everyone sort of agreed that we need some kind of advocacy for an actual bilingual space, which isn't an Anglophone space or a Francophone space, but a space where Anglophones and Francophones create in partnership or together. Sean, have I summed that up properly? It's in a nutshell. The other thing is just ABCs of getting translated. Not the art and technique of translation necessarily, but perhaps that included with how to approach editors, who the editors are. In fact, one of the questions are, who are the editors in Quebec, and do they publish translations, and can we offer something that explains to our members who does translate and what they translate, and then people would know who to approach. Collaboration between the two communities, and here we had a lot of ideas, but it's just a theme that did come up over and over again. There's an Anglophone world, there's a Francophone world, and we need to think of some activities that bring those people together and allow those social connections and professional connections to happen. Sorry, Laurie, I'm looking at Laurie this whole time, putting it all on Laurie. One idea that came up was some kind of bilingual workshops, translation, or just a space where the two languages are working together. And of course, community networking and social. And we had the wonderful idea of doing a speed dating with authors and potentially with publishers, which I thought was wonderful idea. That's it in about 6 points. Did I miss anything there, John? No. Okay. Do you want to add anything?
I think you did a great
job. Okay, thanks. All right, there we go.
Thanks very much, Julie. Now we're going to go to the online component, and Christy Huff, can you present to us what was discussed in your session on support services for writers, Christy?
We very much aligned in what we came away with Dan's group.
Can we increase the volume a little bit somehow? I don't know on the technical side. Okay, now we see you clearly, Christy, and perhaps
they've spotlighted me.
That's much better. Thank you.
Good. Okay. So we very much picked up where Dan left us off in his summary, that and started it from a very individual level, though, of talking about one of the things that I think is probably present for a lot of writers at varying levels of it being something that can be disabling, which is experiencing anxiety and being in a position to have to apply for things like residency programs, apply to be published, there's a lot of application involved in being a writer and a lot of competition. And talking about what would help, with feeling that you can be confident about what you've submitted, and that even though organizations these days are asking people to disclose things like their disability or mental illness, and that those things are going to help them to be considered, a person can still worry that self-disclosure, in fact, has made them less likely to be selected. So the solution that we talked about was having someone to review your applications, who can give you feedback personally, so that it would increase your chances of success, but also just increase your confidence about what you've submitted in an application process. And that's what brought us to, the group saying there, QWF has some programs around mentorship. We were talking about other programs across the country. access points, needing multiple access points and structures, to be able to have writers at different levels of ability find the support they need, whether also in groups or, being at that level that you really need a one-on-one session with someone, and it might be just a one-off. Or it might be a thread, but having a multiplicity of structures or unstructures in order to be supported at a variety of cost points, and making that increasing access that way is something that we recommend for consideration. In terms of organizations who are hosting writers and who are wanting to do a good job of that, as we had some organizational representation, QWF and other literary organizations, the future, being an advocate and ensuring that organizations hiring artists or creating programs for them are really aware of how to do those things equitably and encouraging diversity and inclusion on all the ways that we do that. And we said one of the ways that is an interesting challenge in any time, and particularly interesting with writers, is the question of age and ageism, and emergence, because one can be an emerging writer at 20, but one could also be an emerging writer at 80. And so just building consciousness around the respect for a writer to have a contribution to make at any age is important, as well as all of the other ways in which people are diverse. Again, other organizations hiring writers, having to know where to go to get resources for writers, queer and racialized writers particularly came up in wanting to support them. And then the other support that would be helpful, again, at the organizations looking to ensure that they're recruiting a diversity of writers, is for the perhaps the list of members of QWF to be more searchable in terms of specific things like just location, where am I, I want to hire people from across the province. How many books have they published? What language do they publish or speak? For example. And I realize this is always a very tricky thing to start creating identifiers for searchability, because it's something we've dug into a lot in my work with Elan. But it did come up that being able to search more specifically would be helpful from an organizational view. Jesse, do you think that I missed anything, putting you on the spot as my note taker? But if I did that tour?
As I was following through on my notes, and you pretty much hit all the same marks that I did, to be perfectly honest.
Great. Thank you, Jesse. And thank you to our participants very much.
Thanks very much, Christy. And thank you also for giving the guidance that you did to all the facilitators. Those notes were really helpful. So now for our final report, I'm going to go to Stephanie Roberts, who led one on making a living as a writer. What more important topic could there be? Is that your mic that's working there?
Check. Hello, hello. Oh, perfect. Yes, and Lori was my note taker. Very happy to have her in there when we had our technical difficulties. We had a group that was mostly beginners, that were the people that had been writing for a long time, weren't publishing professionally. So there was a lot of interest into how to transition from their lives of making money in, paying the bills into a professional literary world. So there was a desire to have some information and some guidance on that. We did really steer away from offering solutions. We said, we're gathering, we're fact finding, we're gathering data. So one of the things that was really prominent that came up in several different ways was grants. Writers want information about how to write them, what's available, someone mentioned something that was like a grant calendar, and Lori says that QWF does have these grant information opportunities, but clearly from the feedback that we're getting, they're not enough. They're somehow not reaching. There was concern and questions about spoken word artists transitioning from live events to online professional opportunities, whether it's podcasting or other ways of generating income from online work. There was a desire for critique groups, how to find them, how to form them. That was something that several of our participants were interested in. Also, professional pricing. When someone is beginning as a writer, how to know what, I guess, should be asked for their engagements, as well as what to pay people that one would hire to, what was, Lord? Sensitivity readers. Thank you, sensitivity readers, and how to properly compensate them. There was express a desire to break down walls between organizations, and I think that's something that seems to have come up with the other groups too, that if you're a spoken word artist, do they understand that QWF, even though it says writers, still encompasses what they do? They want to understand that if they're, in ELAN or the other organizations, like there wants to be connectivity between them to understand if what they're doing might actually be applicable or there be resources available through these other organizations. There was a question of if someone is working predominantly in schools, how to have income when schools are closed. And another one that was very important that I thought and came forth in sort of different iterations was the bridge between being at home, an introvert, and connecting to the literary community. If you come from an educational background, as actually I do, that's like not literary, like how do you then find the connections in literary community that you would have naturally sort of flowed into if you did your fine arts degree and creative writing degree? Like if you don't come from that background, how do you make those connections? And one thing that did come up sort of in the way of a solution, someone said, our most extroverted member of the session said, you should have sort of an extrovert buddy that could agree to come with you to events if you're feeling unsure. And several people they didn't mention it, but they put it quietly in the chat that they were shy and they would would appreciate the friendship of knowing that someone was there waiting to greet them.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, and thank you all for the reports. Very concise. We're right on time, so Rachel would be happy about that. And now, we just to remind you that we will be compiling all this. I guess the note takers and the facilitators will be working together to compile this into a coherent whole that will be shared with everyone, with you and the rest of the QWF community. And in the meantime, now I'm going to turn things back. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry. Oh, yes. Okay. Everybody can send in ideas until October 12th to QWF, Riley@qwf.org. Riley is, there's Riley. So Riley will pull that together, and so he invites your further contributions. And so I think my role is finished here, and I'd like to turn it over to Rachel again, also to advise people here about lunch.
Yes.
And just
give me 2 minutes of your time. I'm all mic'd up. Speaking of lunatic extroverts who'll be your buddy at literary events, just hit me up. Thank you all so much for that. It was fascinating hearing the conversations that came out of it. It was fascinating hearing the common themes coming out of it, and which touched also on the earlier panel. I'm hearing things about spaces. I'm hearing things about community. You have all shown up for community here. You are now part of this community. Thank you for doing that. Thank you to the people online who have shown up for that community as well. Please come back and show up again after lunch, is what I'm going to say. We do have 2 more panels in the afternoon, and actually, I was listening to, I have to say that when you said to transition from a life of making money, my brain filled in the rest of that as a life of making no money whatsoever as a writer. But actually, I think the panel that is immediately after lunch from 1:45 to 2:45 may be of interest to you who have that question. It's this idea of making the writing life sustainable. I keep adding a question mark to that. It'll be in conversation with Erin Moure, Klara du Plessis, and Greg Santos, 3 poets who I think have very interesting career profiles, portfolio careers, who have approached different ways of opportunities, who are generationally different, and therefore looking at different ways of surviving and making that writing life. And I'm really looking forward to that conversation. That'll be at 1:45. And then we will finish up with a panel from ALAC from 3 to 4:15, challenging the field, Black publishing and writing in Canada. I hope, please, you will come back, stay tuned, come back and continue these conversations. But in the meantime, away you go, enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
online, fourth space? Hold on a minute, we'll work it out. We're good? Thanks. You can hear me now, Dina? Give me a thumbs up. Yes, all right. And I just gave the Zoom audience a lot of appreciation for being out there and being on time, but we'll move on. I am shifting now into more chair of panel mode, which means I'm going to try and calm down a bit because it's been a bit frantic this morning. But thank you so much for being out there and for contributing to NOTA today. Erin, we will be making your face bigger in just a wee minute. I can see Erin looking in the corner there. So this panel, which we will be on for about 2:45, is it's called Making the Writing Life Sustainable. Now, when we first put that on the program, I had a question mark at the end of it, and I was advised to take it off. I was told it sounds more emphatic, and I was like, okay. And then I took the question mark off, and it got published, and I went, oh God, it makes it look like we've got answers. And maybe we do, maybe we don't. I'm going to give you a bit of background about where this panel came from. It emerged from a very specific project that I was undertaking when I was the curator of the Atwater Poetry Project between 2019 and 2021. And there was a research program had been put out, which was supported by ELAN and the Secretariat for Official Minority Languages, as it was then called. And it was looking at the impacts of COVID and relaunch after COVID on arts events across Quebec, particularly English language arts events. Because this was in March 2021, and I think there was a vision of a grand relaunch happening. And so I thought, well, you know, I'd love to look at that in terms of literary events. Atwater Poetry Project, which had been this long-standing poetry series, had gone online. We'd had some amazing poets involved in that, and so I applied for a small part of the grant, and then ended up interviewing 8 poets as well as some literary institutions about the impacts of going online, not wholly unakin, although in much less depth, to what Jason was talking about with SpokenWeb earlier. And those poets were Kai Kello, Wana Veliskjoy, Tess Leem, David Bradford, Lauren Turner, Ashley Opheim, Greg Santos, Clara du Plessis, and Erin Moure, which is why we're talking to 3 of them today. And then I also had conversations with Laurie Schubert at the Quebec Writers Federation, Linda Moura at Literary Umbrella Quebec, Rebecca West at ALAC, and William St-Hilaire at Blue Metropolis. What we find is ostensibly these conversations were about the impacts of COVID on practice, community, and literary events, but other conversations came out of it. Conversations about this idea of writing practice, mainly because I'm just really curious, in all honesty. As we heard earlier, these are questions, you know, we talk about access to a writing life, we talk about getting the books published, and there is then a question of then what? You walk into the room, you finally get access to the room, what does the room have in it? How might we stay there and continue to eat, drink, survive? Never mind, keep a roof over our heads. And so these conversations became much bigger. They became about this idea of what it was like to build a writing life. Writing poetry, I should say. I don't talk to novelists, I've just realized. I'm so sorry. I only talk to poets, ever. So this is specifically about a poetry practice, but I think there's something interesting in that we can touch on. You know, we're bound together by this common practice over different generations from different backgrounds, but writing poetry in English in Quebec, that is the common ground. What did that look like before? What does that look like not? What does that look like now? What will that look like in the future? How to live that writing life, sustain that writing life individually and collectively. And so these preoccupations have been going on. I wanted to open with a quote from Sina Karas's recent book from Coach House Books, Women Writing on Wolf, which is a lovely exploration of this and their life and Sina's life. It also looks at a room of one's own and Wolf's infamous £500 a year, which in 2018 was calculated about $41,000 a year as being necessary to sustain the writing life. If you ever want that figure brought up to date, you can whip it out at dinner parties. And Sina had written, talking about the choices that are central to the question of how to have a writing life. What one needs is so complicated, so varied, but there are strands, there are certain essential qualities: partnership, space, A Door That Locks, Community, Retreat, Consciousness. It's a very good book. So I'm going to introduce our three poets, our three panelists, and then I have about 4 talking points for us to explore, and then there will be time at the end for Q&A and questions as well to bring from that. So first of all, on our screens here, floating in space magnificently, and I like that you're kind of beaming down to us from the cosmos, Erin. It is my pleasure to introduce Erin Moure. Erin has perfected, this is not in her bio, the Zoom Loom, which if you've ever seen her read online over the case of the pandemic was used very effectively in readings. Erin is a poet and translator with 18 books of poetry, a co-authored book of poetry, a volume of essays, a book of articles on translation, a poetics, and 2 memoirs. She has translated or co-translated 23 books of poetry, 1 hybrid novel, a biography, and 2 biopoetics from French, Spanish, Galician, Portuguese, and Ukrainian into English. She also translates poetry from Galician and English into French. 3 of her own books in English have also appeared in translation, 1 each in German, Galician, and French. Her work has received the Governor General's Award in Canada twice, the Pat Lowther Memorial Award, the A.M. Klein Prize for Poetry twice, and she's been a 3-time finalist for the Griffin Prize and for a Best Translated Book Award Poetry. Her own latest book is The Elements from 2019, and her next, Theophiline and Anporetic Migration, will appear in 2023. That's Erin. I'm going to introduce the others and then we'll come back. We also have Greg Santos. Greg is a poet, editor, and educator. He's the author of Ghostface and several poetry collections. He regularly leads creative writing workshops through venues such as the Tomasz Moure Institute, BC Leballium Society for Education in Arts and Letters, among others. He's the editor-in-chief of the Quebec Writers Federation's Carte Blanche magazine. He lives in Drogage, Montreal with his family. We have Klara du Plessis. Klara is a poet, scholar, and literary curator. Her debut multilingual poetry collection, Echo, won the 2019 Poet Lowther Memorial Award, and her book-length narrative poem, Hell Light Flesh, is currently being adapted and produced as a mono-opera film with composer Jimmy LeBlanc. Klara is also a FRQSC-funded final-year PhD candidate at Concordia University, affiliated with the SpokenWeb Research Network. As an interdisciplinary project straddling English literature, curatorial studies, and performance, her doctoral work aims to schematize different modes of literary event curation and to think critically about the often neglected labor that goes into shaping poetry reading series, whether live or in the audio archive. Her research focuses on 20th century and contemporary Canadian poetry, and she develops a research creation component called Deep Curation, an approach which places poets' work in deliberate dialogue with each other and heightens the curator's agency toward the poetic product. In this capacity, she's worked with an amazing array of poets, most recently Alexis Perry-Cox and Camilla Mackerel, producing an event called Weave, Weave. That didn't help. Klara has edited for local literary magazines and small presses and continues to review books in a gesture of community and reciprocity. I read those full bios for a reason, because I wanted to give a picture of the scope of activity that these poets do in their lives. And also it saves me asking the question, please tell us what you do, I hope. But also I think it's interesting, I spoke to the 3 of you, I chose the 3 of you because I think the 3 of you do sustain a writing life to a degree, and to hear the full version of activities that goes into that. But I'm going to throw the question back to you. How do you sustain your writing life? And also, has that changed over the years, whether recent or further? Klara, I'm going to start with you.
All right. Well, I mean, the short answer is I don't sustain a writing life. That's the answer to your question mark at the end of this panel title. The longer answer to that is maybe encompassing all those different activities and kind of making a sum of those parts, right? So it's a constant kind of taking little bits of opportunities and building something larger. So if you write a review, you get paid $100. If you write 10 reviews, you get $1,000.
If you do a reading, sometimes you get $125. If you teach a workshop somewhere, maybe you get $500, right? So like you can kind of do the math of like how much work you actually have to put in to make anything sustainable. Over the past years, and this is really, built on getting to a fortunate point where I have been published and have received some recognition, right? And so there have been more opportunities based on application processes, as was earlier said in one of the other panels, of doing residencies, getting small grants, that kind of thing, which provide you with resources for usually a month. I was very proud at some point recently to discover that I was cumulatively probably making about the equivalent of 2 months of income a year. When I talk to people who aren't poets, they think that's just stupid and how can you work so hard and get so little return? As a poet, I am extremely proud of that because I know how hard I work to get those 2 months a year. So my response is somewhere between optimism and pessimism, I suppose. and in terms of putting that into maybe more of a capsule of advice of some kind, I think there's a lot of space for adjacencies. So you cannot only be a poet, you have to also be a community organizer, a reviewer, a teacher, a translator, or whatever your other skills might be. And the money that you're physically making with writing poetry is probably going to be negligible, right? And so it's a matter of like embodying those adjacent spaces and making them work for you.
Go to Greg.
Thank you, Klara. Yeah, I think I was gonna just say that as a poet and as someone I say as it's a silly little mantra that I tell myself that I'm living a life poetic, is that I wear a lot of hats. So the poet hat is just one of them. But as Klara said, there's a lot of cobbling together of many other things that make up the writing life. And I had mentioned to Rachel before that I had applied to the master's program here at Concordia. And I remember in my application essay that I wanted to be a professional writer. That was my goal. Like I'm gonna do this, and I didn't get in, just so everyone knows. But what ended up happening was that I ended up taking a different path. I did do an MFA program, but in the United States. I was grateful to be able to have those opportunities, but it took a long time for me to figure out, how do I make this happen? How do I make this poetry life? That's my passion. It's something that I am deeply interested in learning about all the time. But how do I put that all together? And I think one thing that was mentioned was teaching. I didn't know that I would be a teacher. I didn't think it'd be something that I could do or that I would be good at. But I will just give a little background that I was in the US and I was in New Haven, Connecticut. And there was this little organization that was called the New Haven Book Bank. And you're able to do work with people in the community and work for an hour, maybe a week, one-on-one with kids in the city, in the inner city, and you do like free tutoring, but also there would be these free books available for people to take home. So I love that, being surrounded by books. That's always been important to me. But then the director of this program knew that I was wanting to be a poet and a writer, and thought there would be an interesting opportunity for me to maybe teach a workshop for these kids, like I think 7, 8-year-olds. And oh, I don't know if I can do that. But first, I said I'll do a volunteer. I'll volunteer to do it, after school, and I did that, and grew to really enjoy the spontaneity, the energy that came with working with kids. I started doing that more and more, and I think one of the first gigs I got in Montreal was, after moving back, was through the Writers in the Community program. And I worked with, and I continued doing that afterwards. And I think it's that, along with editing, with reviewing, with jurying competitions, with doing all that, that it takes time, though, to get there. And I think it's always want to be fortunate for being in the position where I can do those things. But it took a long time to get to the first one, or like just reaching out to somebody, or somebody giving me an opportunity, or trying something out. And I think it comes differently for everybody. But I just know for myself that it was just, okay, I have a friend who needed an extra poetry editor at a magazine in Diversité. I hadn't edited a poetry journal before. Okay, I'll give it a shot. And then I kept going for there, and but it's a lot of work that goes into doing that, and there's a lot of time and energy that maybe takes away from your writing, and you have to maybe sometimes if you can, take pockets of time where you can write, but it takes a lot of trial and error.
Thank you. I already have about 8 points that I want to pick up with both of you, but Erin, hello. You're muted, I think, by the looks of things.
Yeah, no, okay, I'm good now. Thanks. I just, that was good listening to Klara and Greg, and I realize I've probably answered all the questions backwards, but so you'll have to see things in another direction than other people all the time anyway, so it's okay. So how do I sustain my writing life? The first things that came to my mind were the words curiosity and perseverance. And those are the qualities or characteristics that help cultivate and maintain a practice in order to keep writing in the face of all the forces that will stop you from writing. And these are not one, but many. And a lot of these forces also are very tempting and easier than writing. So cultivating ways to keep myself curious and ways to persevere, because for me, sustainable means keep writing. And as far as then just to put the focus on English, writing in the English language is read all over the world. It's read in majority English speaking countries.
Erin?
Yeah.
Sorry, we lost the last bit there. We got to English spoken all over the world.
Okay. Okay, it's read all over the world. Even places where it's not spoken, in majority English speaking countries, and in countries for which English is a bridge language. And English is a language that admits new words, admits new ways of speaking before. And I'm really enjoying these days reading Ukrainian Twitter, war Twitter, because Ukrainians trying to express themselves in English use English language differently than we do. And they're going to change the meaning of certain words as they persist in using them instead of the standard English way of using things. Anyways, English isn't ruled by an outside order. There's no state mechanism that slaps you if you formulate things in new ways that seem wrong. And it's, so to put myself in the midst of English in that way has been key to my practice. I don't just, English is not just a minority language spoken in Montreal. It's a world language. And also to realize that that English is not the only language of poetry or the only language of thought that's useful for poetry. And even European languages, of which I can handle a few, are not the only language of poetry and of thought. So working with people who speak or use languages that are non-European has been and is key to me as well. So I've worked in my life, I guess, in this to persevere and to keep curious, to find communities here and elsewhere that keep me curious, help me persevere by giving me things to celebrate, to learn, to cherish. And to me, it doesn't matter in the end who does the writing. It's like amazing. If there's amazing work possible, then that fuels us all to do more writing. It's not about like forging my singular path into the haunted woods. It's about really making friends with the trees. So that's what I have to say about that's helped my practice be sustainable all these years.
Thank you for that, Erin. And I love that approach to it, because what we didn't unpack from the start of it, and I did sort of throw it out there, was what do we mean by sustaining at this point? Are we talking about it in an economic context? Are we talking about it in something, I was going to say more intangible, but there's a tangibility to it, yeah.
I'll get to the economics in the next question about
all right, okay, great.
That's where I place that.
We can circle through it and see how it goes. I want to come back to the idea of communities and the communities that keep us curious and sustain us, because I do think that's such a key point of it, and it has become this. I also just want to break a minute. There's a conversation there's a comment in the chat. And I was going to say this at the end, but I'm going to say this now, and it's from Catherine McLeod saying, sorry Zoe, I know this is your job. Appreciating all of the vulnerability and honesty on this panel, talking about it all so candidly seems like an important part of sustainability on a level of well-being and even of mentorship. Thank you, Klara, Erin, and Greg. And I was going to say that at the end, but I'm going to put it in now. I really appreciate that these three have been willing to come and talk about this, because I think we ask these questions, but maybe don't say them publicly. So I wanted to go back, actually pick up something that Greg had said, which was this idea of keeping it at a very pragmatic level for a while, and this idea of sort of these different hats, these adjacent spaces, and this idea of hadn't edited a journal before, but just thought, yeah, why not? I'll try. And when we're sort of trying on those different hats, I mean, we gain experience as we go on, but when you're kind of going, okay, I'm going to try this side career, and yours with translation being a huge part of that, I think, as well. I'm saying it's adjacent, like it's not a core part of your writing, and I think it is a core part of your writing as well, but for argument's sake, or the editing a journal, or, you know, whatever those things are, can we talk a little bit about how did you start with that? How did you get in there? How did you go, yes, I could do this?
Okay. So I'll go with, I guess I mentioned about, a friend, a colleague of mine, I'm speaking about editing in this particular case, was there's a little journal in New York called Pax Americana. Oh, sorry, it's called, Pax Americana. And it was a grad school friend of mine who had bought this journal from the previous editor and said, I have this magazine, and he was a poet and he has a bunch of other friends, and I guess he knew we'd had all these long conversations about what poetry meant to us, and he's like, well, I'm not going to be the poetry editor. Would you be interested in doing it? And I thought, well, this would be an interesting way to get my foot in the door, I guess. I, at the time, was still working on my own practice and my own work, but I thought it would be wonderful to try to see what it's like to curate, a magazine, or in this case, just the poetry section. And that kind of started that off. But same thing with the teaching. I think it was like teaching a volunteer class, which eventually grew to doing it once every week, to then a couple of times after school, to a regular program, which eventually led to being paid for it. But sometimes there's those first little, I guess, like internship type, or maybe lower paying positions that can eventually grow. And I think, again, I'm grateful for those chances that allowed me to grow my practice by trying, or also, like, I remember for Concordia writing reviews for the Link and the Concordian, writing book reviews for poetry books, for all that. I started a blog back in the day, and I think it still exists online, but it's Moondoggy's Pad, which was started in like 2001 or 2000, like right when Blogger was
Early
like
days of
really
blogging.
early, and it was like me writing a, I think it started off as a way of a journal and like kind of online journal for my family to follow me when I was like off at like university, my family and friends, when I moved out of from Montreal. And I think what was interesting was I started being interested in the literary scene and books and everything, and I would just start writing a lot of, whether it's reviews or observations, or when I would read something, it would come up and I would do that. And I think that allowed me to start getting to know authors, or starting to get to know people, getting to write I just remember write-ups about Blue Met, and I always remember going to these events or these venues and places and going, wouldn't it be cool one day if I get to be on the other side and be one of the authors here? I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but I'm going to give it a shot. And I think there's a lot of that youthful enthusiasm and excitement about the potential for, in that case, poetry and literature. But I think Aaron said it greatly, that you may have to maintain that curiosity. So I think reading and other stuff, and like supporting other friends and colleagues, and that's always been important to me.
Yeah, I think there's that, the curiosity is an element. There's a degree of sort of chutzpah and improvising and being willing to walk into those spaces, but you have to know where the spaces are as well, in a way, so the context. Klara, I wonder if you could speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a huge assumption among writers that you're able to wear so many hats, right? So this is like the flip side of my adjacencies thing, where I'm like, yeah, we should all do all these different things, but it's also like, we're not trained to do those different things, right? It's like, oh, you write poetry, so you should also be able to lead a workshop. No one's ever told me how to run a workshop. No one's ever told me how to write a review. You just somehow have to figure it out, right? And so there's a lot of bravery involved, I think, with taking on those roles and just trusting that you can somehow do it. And I guess that's partly where mentorship comes in, and being able to talk to other people, hearing how other people have done it, but also just taking those chances with yourself and believing, perhaps arrogantly, that you have something to add or to say or to do for the community. I don't know.
I love that you slipped in perhaps arrogantly as well, because I think there's a degree, but it's poesis, right? We're making it up as we go along. We're making all of this up to a degree as we go along. I wanted to kind of segue into the next question, but I'm going to come to you, Aaron, because I'm hoping this is related to it, which was the idea of going back to the writing life and these adjacent things, and how much agency as poets, as writers, we feel we have in creating those opportunities, in creating that life. Let's keep calling it the writing life. And there's 3 examples that I wanted to come back to, 2 of which had come out of the interviews with you, Aaron and Klara, during the pandemic, when and then Chris had talked on as well, which was this, the books had come out, book launches had not happened. How were people actually going to buy books during the pandemic? And what happened was the poets and writers took matters into their own hands. The standard models of distribution and production had broken down somewhat, certainly of selling. And so Klara, and you said something particularly interesting, which I'd like you to talk about. And Aaron, you headed to the parks. There were just readings in parks in Montreal all of a sudden, and you could go and Aaron would sort of throw a book at you from a great distance. I'm joking. You could buy the books there, but also there were readings. And then Chris, for anyone who wasn't here this morning, had spoken about making up tote bags and coffee cups and chocolates. I do want to ask if your publisher paid for all that, or did you? Okay, so Chris at his own expense created tote bags, coffee cups, Chocolate, I'm so sorry I missed this. And then drove around the city delivering the books to people, which in some ways is a beautiful engagement and very personal, but you were taking this on yourselves and making it up. So Erin, to go to you, that question of agency in creating the writing life, either further in the past or in the last while, where does it sit for you?
Well, when I think about agency, I think first of all, how that was important to me when I was younger was to find, here again, I'm off on another track than you guys, more global, coming from a different point on the planet, I guess, that to find ways to make a living that don't wear me out or consume me. Especially
praying to
institute. Have I gone again?
You have, Erin. Just the last 20 seconds, please.
Yeah, it's okay. Where I live, no matter what I do, I have an unstable internet interference. I'll go back. So find ways to make a living that don't wear me out or consume me so entirely, especially by treating me as stupid, as less worthy of listening to, or having so hidebound that it can't see a way to change, that that consumes me too much too. So that to find a way to make a living so that I am not kept from the things that nourish me, which is art, which is reading, which is poetry, which is my friends, fellow poets. And second, so that for me, several things mattered. When I was 18 or 19 years old, the first thing was that I could eat. So I figured you could always, shovel some down your throat on the side. And secondly, with my stomach full, that I could learn skills that enabled me to communicate better to people who were in a position to make change happen, that I could talk to people and have them be able to hear me. And so I took long distance learning courses so that I could keep working at the same time in my job in small business management and then in restaurant design and management at BC's Open Learning Institute, which was a program initiative now housed within Thompson Rivers University in Kamloops. And I looked up their business fundamentals are still taught, but other courses that I took, such as restaurant design, are not there. In any case, like learning fairly quickly in an intense environment how to read a spreadsheet, understand finance fundamentals, bookkeeping, marketing fundamentals, business planning fundamentals, the planning cycle, leadership, have meant in my life as a worker in various places and as a freelance translator, I could add value to my work because I could put my insights from myself and my colleagues or whatever from doing the work into terms that the management community could understand. I could see how human mind works. I could see how things could be better ordered. I could see many, many things. And I ended up, as a result, seeing myself being able to advance in that I was desired in different positions, and because my contributions were valued. It's because I learned a language that people shared. And I started working for CN Via Rail as a cook, and I left 20 years later in senior management. And partly poetry, because poetry embodies, the writing of poetry encourages and develops and embodies three things that are vital for surviving in life and in the real world, no matter what field you're in. It deals with paradox, contradiction, and ambiguity without trying to remove those three things from the scene. It uses them to help create and build meaning. So that being calm in the face of paradox, contradiction, and ambiguity is vital in all worlds. And I just lived it here with these people trying to do construction this morning in my impossible apartment, And there's ways of working through to be a solution or a solutionnaire, to help find solutions that one learns by understanding just how complex the ways are that language can operate. And I understand that from poetry. So I think that, I mean, poetry taught me perhaps more than all those other small business things. And because I've been willing to take risks in poetry and let poetry teach me, but also those other kinds of training helped me to get other types of work. And there's all kinds of work out there. And there's even work where people will let you work fewer hours a week, will let you do things differently. Another thing in terms of having agency that's been very important to me is being able to have in the society where I live in Canada, medical care. And one of which people are getting less and less of these days, including myself, but one of the under the surface influences on my life has been my lifelong access to doctors, to having a family doctor. People don't realize how crucial that is. The vending machine method of dispensing medical care is not very good. It's just like if you want to have a good sandwich, you go to a good place that makes good sandwiches. You don't go to a vending machine and find something that was made 7 days ago. So it's there's things like that nobody's working to solve that could use a few poets working on it. So these are the things that I file under the rubric agency, trying to find a way to work that doesn't wear me out, and trying to and being able to stay healthy both physically and mentally.
We lost the tail end, but I think we understood what you were saying there. We got men out of mentally. Thank you, Erin.
Mental health.
Mental health, thank you. Yeah. Klara, I'm going to go straight to you to a response.
I think that in terms, it's kind of a contradiction to go to Erin's ambiguity, paradox, etc. There is a contradiction in which I think writers, poets, have both simultaneously an extreme amount of agency and no agency at all, right? And so the no agency at all, I'll start with the negative part, is maybe to touch on Greg's professional writer part, right? Where it's like, what is a professional writer? Does it exist? Like, is there any path to get there? I don't think there's a real path to get there. I don't know if I mean, I'm sure there are a couple of best-selling authors, you know, but in terms of the community that I'm a part of and the people I see and the writers that I value, the label of professional writer is only a part of who we are. And so within that, you know, there's very little agency at all, because you can't say, oh, I'm going to do this degree and then become this thing, or, oh, I'm going to do these 3 things and that it'll lead me there. But then on the other hand, you have so much agency because that path is changeable, and you can do any number of things to end up writing, right? Like Erin was saying, working for Via Rail and doing courses, you know, and earlier on when I was just starting to write, I worked service industry, very, very difficult. You know, physical difficult work, and now I'm doing a PhD, and Greg has a different story, you know, and like all of those paths do somehow end up with books, right? And that process does take creativity and imagination and perseverance, but yeah, actually does include so much agency in terms of kind of a self-design of how to make it work for you as an individual.
Thank you, Klara. Greg?
Yeah, I was going to add to that, just based on this past experience of publishing a book. My most recent book, Ghostface, came out in 2020. It was the fall of 2020. It was like right after all this pandemic started. And even back then, I didn't know if the book was going to come out. There was a lot of uncertainty there, and it's something that I've been working on for likely over 10 years or so, and it's something I put, you know, my heart and soul into, and just not knowing whether this was going to actually, come out. And grateful it did. But then a lot of it came with, I'm going to put together a virtual, book tour. And what does that mean? I didn't have a blueprint for this. I just kind of cobbled together, readings around Montreal. A lot of them were virtual. I mean, all of them were virtual. But then it ended up being talking with people in other cities and in countries. I had a reading in a bookstore in Atlanta, Georgia, and but I wasn't physically there. But it took a lot of time though, because it was all on me. I mean, the book came out. My editor and publisher did the work there, which I'm grateful for. But then a lot of it was like, how do I then make this book? How does it go on the books? I've very rarely seen it in a brick and mortar store, and that's been strange. Or having the experience of doing a reading, which is always very much part of my practice or something I enjoy, in front of people, didn't happen within those 2 years. I had my first in-person reading at a local bookstore in my neighborhood last week was the first time. Yeah. That was so weird, but lovely that it happened. But yeah, I think there's this agency which we have as writers or poets. In this case, if we don't have I don't have an agent or anything like that, it's all on me to make these opportunities happen. And that's also very terrifying, because then you don't know when these things will happen, or sometimes you'll have a big amount of projects all lined up, and then there'll be some quiet, and so that's part of my writing life. And also, you don't want to get burnt out by doing too many things, because I know that happened with myself and with so many people during the pandemic, where you try to take on a lot of projects just because you're filling in this void of stuff as normal, and then okay, I think that was too much. I need to recalibrate and take a break. So that's been challenging too.
You said something there about I hadn't seen my book in a real bookstore, and I just had this image of how strange that is, not to have the validation of actually seeing it in the store. Like you get it delivered to you, or it arrives in a box from the publisher, and then you take it to the park, or you put it in a tote bag. But actually seeing the book in companionship with all those other books in there, and so we have our own, this is sort of the agency, the good and the bad of that, but also the physicality of that, which leads me on to my last question, and then I'm going to open it up to the audience a bit, which is community, which you've all spoken about in one way or another, and simply, what does writing community mean to you, do for you? What do you wish to give it? Aaron, I'll go to you first on this one.
Thanks, Rachel, and thanks, Claire and Greg too. Here I started off again with why Montreal and not somewhere else? Why did I decide to come to this community? And I mean, writing or otherwise. And I just said, early on in my search for using my agency to make sure I could put myself in the conditions of work and of living that would allow me to keep writing, which is to sustain my writing. I realized that Montreal is a cheaper place a city to settle and thrive in compared to Toronto or Vancouver or other places. And if I have to work less to cover my expenses, I have more time for poetry. And there's tons of poets here who write in English are here and this is also one of their reasons for being here. And this is a place in which we have this extra luck that there's French, and French is a joy and crucial in the community. It allows me every moment to question my own culture and upbringing and look with different eyes on the future. And the English language is for me not an infinity pool. I couldn't write the way I do in English without knowing French and without knowing Galician. And French is a language, you can learn it. In Montreal, you can put yourself in the environment to learn it. And to learn a language beyond English is, of course, easier if you already speak, Spanish or Hindi or Tamil or Cantonese, because your neural boundaries are already more porous for language. And that's why immigration is a great asset to a place. If you only speak English, your brain has a lot of neural development to go through to get to that second language. But if you do it from a position of humility and not mastery, and of interest and of curiosity, you can do it. And there's a very supportive environment here. Because I learned French, I could learn Galician, and I can speak and thrive in that culture too. So Galicians too are part of my writing community, and people both in Chile, in England, in many other places. It's my writing community extends beyond this place and extends through people who are curious about what language can do, what we can learn from language, how we can learn about our own language because we know another language that operates very differently and has a different kind of history. So there's those, like, writing community is, for me, involves, again, where it's more global than just being here in Montreal, and it's a choice to be here in Montreal. It's a writing community for me. I always see writing as kind of, there's a big blanket and we're all knitting a corner of it or a little bit of this blanket. We're all knitting it. We're all making this beautiful blanket. And as I'm knitting, I can feel other people knitting because I feel the push and tug on the blanket. And I'm adding something, they're adding something. And the important things for me are being to listen to, especially at my age, to what young people are bringing, to what people who haven't written or published before are now bringing to language, to hear how formerly, well, and hope more and more formally disadvantaged communities are using and bending and changing English. And it's all those kind of things are part of my community. To me, I'm as much a listener in the community as I am a speaker. And that's how I learn, is by listening. I have to keep listening. And that's something that helps me thrive. One is nothing without community.
Thank you, Erin. Greg, I'll pass that one to you.
So community, again, events like this, organizations like the Quebec Writers Federation have been a big lifeline for me as a poet. And in Montreal, I think I'm grateful for all the opportunities I've gotten thanks to, like, Quebec Writers Federation, which have allowed me to branch out and work with other organizations within the city. I think what was very crucial too is having fellow curious peers and colleagues who, supported me, and mentors as well. I think to learn from people who've, come before us and have experienced different ways of doing that have been so helpful for me, that I know what's been important now, being, say, an editor. Before I was a poetry editor for Carte Blanche, and now I'm the editor of the magazine itself, is to then, I guess, help out other people like I've been helped. I think providing opportunities such as diversifying the magazine, both on the board and on the editorial staff, as well as the content that we receive, making it clear that we're looking for diverse voices, whether it be from your ethnicity to your with people with disabilities and mental health, all of that. I think those are things that we're now learning more and more about, and how to open up these spaces. And I think something that, because it's something I'm aware of and I'd like to do more of, it's something I'm always trying to learn to do. And I think that makes up the community that I'm trying to do my best to help and to provide spaces for. I think for me, that's working with others, helping other people who have who are on different paths than I was and am. And I think it's always a learning experience, and something that's always being able to keep a mind open is I think key for myself in the case of community, because otherwise we're writing alone at home by ourselves, not talking to anybody. I think it helps to have other folks available out there to be able to share thoughts and ideas about literature and everything else in life. So, thank you.
Yeah, part of that improvisational aspect of it, which isn't the worst thing at all. Klara, community view.
I guess this conversation is coming to an end. If you're like eliding the last couple of questions into one, is that what I'm?
Oh, I need to let these ones ask some questions.
No,
as well,
the reason I'm just saying that is
do you want to answer the last question?
I kind of want to I want to elide them if that's okay.
Do you want to say what the last question was?
The last question was something to do with the future, I think. Yeah. And so I think the reason I want to bring them together is just because I think that community, which is obviously vitally important, but also how that community can be mobilized moving forward, maybe. What really struck me this morning, sitting through the other panels, was how much collaboration was and is happening, right? So you get different organizations and they bring their resources together, and somehow something better comes out of it because there is more resources and there is more opportunity that way, or they can do something with more reach or with more scope or whatever. And so, and this was something that really kept coming through, right? That if we're all doing something alone within our community, if I'm running a reading series and you're doing a magazine and you're running a conference, we're all so isolated and we all have to put on so many hats. Whereas if you kind of bring those those different people with different expertises together, you just, you know what I'm saying, right? Like there's just so much more there. And by the same token, I think there's space to slow down, not do as much, but do more things together. And so that's kind of like bringing the community aspect back into that answer, right? And so try and do things with more care, with more intention. And again, like everything I heard this morning in this morning's panels about like readings that were organized, accessibility measures, and trying to create better, more sustainable conditions for people writing in our community. All of those things, those examples that we've been hearing today, they all come back to like care and thinking laterally and thinking together. So yeah, I'll end with that.
Thank you. I nearly want to add to that as well, and to say, I mean, what's always fascinated me about Montreal, even within the English language community, and I'm putting that very loosely as a singular community, it's plural. There are multiple communities within this, and sometimes I think we don't realize, we think it's the only community, right? And so it's actually looking and going, what are the different communities out there, and how can they come together, not to form one super community, because that gets terrifying. And also I think communities are governed by their own particular interests, by their own ethics, by their own aesthetics. It's not always profitable to mash those all into one big thing. So, but how can those multiple communities, plural, work together with care and connection and all the rest of it? Thank you so much. We have time for a couple of questions, if anyone does. This room has filled up. Do we have any questions from the audience? Do we have any questions on the Zoom? We've no questions on the Zoom. They've been so wide. Anyone in the room got anything to ask at this point? You can ask them anything. They've been incredibly open. Yes.
Thank you. I'm not formulating this as a question yet. But I'm something that Klara said, I think, and then this has come up a couple of times, and you just mentioned as well, the need to keep communities, anchored in their own circumstances, in their own, and what their fidelity is to. But you mentioned you alluded to the notion of slow poetry, Klara. You didn't say slow poetry, but there was kind of you were gesturing at care and at the need to kind of be considerate in how you approach things. And I wonder how, I guess, Aaron and the three of you who are in presential, I wonder how you straddle the emphasis on credibility coming from productivity and coming from kind of achievement in a way that's really bound up with, perpetual growth and all the kind of the trappings of what the capitalist market kind of dumps on us. And I wonder how you conjugate those two, that need for that consideration and that kind of vacuum that creates poetry, and profitable in all the quotation marks, profitability, which is the opposite.
Who wants to take it? Aaron, you look poised.
That's because I'm bigger than everybody. That's a really difficult interface. You've really put your finger on an interface that's difficult. I mean, because even if you're incredibly productive in poetry, because I translate poetry and try to bring poetry from other people into our community, although it ends up being into the United States because it's impossible to publish it in Canada. I've had 5 books come out in a year. That's just too much. I needed to take some time off after that. So productivity isn't everything in a genre where that's not marketable. It has nothing to do with the market. It has to do with language, with listening to language, with a kind of freedom that's quite apart from the market. We have to enter into market mechanisms a little bit to publish a book, because even though poetry doesn't make any money, the mechanisms of publishing a book of poetry are the same as publishing a book of anything else. One of the things, again, is to put myself in a position to have the agency to say no. Having agency is being able to say no, And one of the reasons why I left the Rail at a certain point, I worked there for 20 years, but the last 26 years I worked as a freelance translator, is because I decided I needed a nicer boss, me. And I could actually work less and be pushed less and be pushed around less. And even today, I find like one of the things where I'm not doing commercial writing, I'm old enough that I don't have to, or commercial translation. I'm old enough because I'm on the QPP. So is to be able to say no, and sometimes it takes the form of people have already figured out what I'm going to do. And I have to say, that's not going to happen. A person has to keep some space for themselves, and in order to write. But you really have to value poetry above everything else. You really have to value that I'm listening to this language and it's going to come to me, and I'm going to make a poem, and maybe, Greg writing a poem alongside me is going to change my poem. It's going to change what I can do in poetry because Greg is working. Because of what Klara does, it's going to change what I can do, what Rachel does, what other people in the room whom I can't see right now, what you do changes what I can do. And so I think it's like the idea of slowing down a bit that Klara brought up, and that the question comes from, is really important. People want you to speed up ever faster. I mean, I have to keep eating, I have to keep paying for my housing, and I have to keep taking care of my medical things, issues. But on the other hand, I need to be able to step out in the trees, and I need to be able to just walk around and marvel at the light. All those things are part of the writing life too. They're part of a life in poetry.
That's a beautiful, I'm so tempted to say that's such a beautiful note to end it on, but I wanted to ask if you have anything else to contribute there to the end of it. And it needs to be short because we're coming up on our end.
Yeah, I'll just take what Aaron said, and I think it's very important for us to realize, I think there's this whole idea of us wanting to be productive and show, look what I've done, or I'm doing this, or organizing this, or I'm putting this together, or publishing here and there. But that, like I had mentioned, can lead to burnout and doing too much. And I think with that agency that we do have, I think it is important that we say no sometimes, and that I think I didn't always take that into consideration in my projects within the last few years. I think there takes the time. I think the pandemic has really forced me anyway to do that, to think, okay, which project do I feel most important about? Some of them maybe not so much, so I don't think I'm not gonna do it. I also have, again, with family life, I have 2 kids, and I'm one big also financial decision, but also time decision is homeschooling them. That happened pre-pandemic, but that's also one big financial burden is somewhat relieved, but then there's time and energy that gets put into that. So yeah, sometimes you have to say no, and I think that's important. And I think we forget, especially when we want to be productive and we want to be, writers in the spotlight or what have you, or just to being present in public spheres like this one. Sometimes, yeah, it's okay to say no.
I mean, I realize that I'm a total hypocrite if I'm saying that I don't buy into the hyperproductivity model, because I do, I think. But I think what I do mean, though, is that you can put more. So, like, as a practical example, I used to organize the Resonance Reading Series, which happened on a monthly basis, featured six poets every month of the year. And I stopped doing that in 2018, and now I organize what I call deep curation events, and I've only done one of those since the pandemic. And so from 12 events a year to 1 in 3 years, right? But the amount of work that goes into that one event included applying for a Canada Council grant, applying for a residency, creating conditions for the authors that I'm working with to get remunerated at a professional rate, that they could actually take a month off to work with me on the production of this literary event. That we had beautiful venues to perform this in, with professional documentation and a whole array of tasks, right? That could either be divided into many events or into one. And so I think, but by funneling all those resources into this one event, I think it's also fair to the authors who are coming and sharing their work and being like, yeah, I'm creating something. I'm putting that energy into something that is sustainable for them too. So I think that's also partially what I meant by if you do something, try and do it with intention.
And asking the value of what it's worth as well, and valuing it, I think, to that degree. We are now going to take a short break. We'll be back at 3 with the ELAC panel, which I'm just going to find the name of here. Thank you very much for introducing ideas of paradox, contradiction, ambiguity, adjacent spaces. What other things have we had? Many hats, improvisation, and chutzpah into it. Please come back at 3. You can take a short break, get some fresh air, whatever you need to. Klara Plessis, Greg Santos, and Erin Moure, as well.
literary umbrella of Quebec. I'm probably forgetting someone here, but Espace de la Diversité, of course, for really bringing such a wonderful range of ideas and questions today. It's been a fascinating day so far. I'd like to welcome our panelists, Nigel Thomas, author and editor, Kwame Scott Fraser, president and publisher at Dundurn Press, Yara El-Ghadban, president of the board at Espace de la Diversité, author and editor. And of course, Feroz Manji, publisher of DiRaddo Press. And Feroz will give everyone a more proper introduction in a second. Just wanted to tell everyone a little bit about ALAC, as it's known, if you don't already know us. We're a nonprofit that's been around since the 80s, advocating, supporting, promoting English language publishing in Quebec with projects such as professional development, the Montreal Review of Books, book fairs, and more. So really happy to be here today. When Rachel proposed that we put together a panel for today, we immediately thought of doing something on Black publishing and writing. The first to say that our membership is not as diverse as it could be. Publishing in Quebec, in Canada, is not as diverse as it could be. So this felt like an opportunity to be part of a much needed conversation. And we're hopeful that the panel will lead not only to some of the challenges, but some of the ideas that literary communities might take to combat inequity in the field. I know our moderator, Feroz, as a very enthusiastic and inspiring member of our board of directors. He is also, as I said, publisher of DiRaddo Press, originally from Kenya. He has many years' experience in international development, health and human rights, and has published widely in these fields. In addition to DiRaddo Press, he's also adjunct professor at the Institute of African Studies at Carleton University. He's the recipient of the 2021 Nicolas Cristobal Guillen Batista Lifetime Achievement Award from the Caribbean Philosophical Association. And he not only sits on our board, but on several others. Really happy to have all of you here today. So without further ado, I will pass it over to Feroz.
Thanks so much, Rebecca. Can you hear me all right? Yeah? Okay. I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you for inviting us to have this panel. I'm somewhat overwhelmed by the quality of people on this panel. Unfortunately, Dorothy Williams, who was originally scheduled to be with us, is unable to come today, but I'm sure we'll have other opportunities to discuss her work as well. Over lunch, I made a bet that I was the oldest one here, but damn, I lost that one. But I can claim to be the youngest one in Canada. So at least I've got some edge on these amazing people. Well, to start with, I'd just like to, before I introduce in detail each of our panelists, try and set a context for this discussion. Canada is it's a creation of white supremacy. It's a country of colonial settlers, and what settlers do, as Roxanne Dunbar-Ortiz recently wrote about, what settlers do is to grab land, to kill, to appropriate, to set the rules of their conquering. And I raise that because I think there's a distinction to be made, which Dunbar-Ortiz also makes, and that is the distinction between the white settler, the settler colonialist, and the immigrant, where the settler sets the context, sets the rules of the game. It is the immigrants or the migrants who have to play to their tune. And I think that's a really important distinction to make. In talking about white supremacy, we're not talking about skin color as such, but rather to make a distinction for people to say those who choose to be white and those who don't, because I think there's a major difference between those. Those who choose to be white accept the premise, the parameters of, and the domination of white supremacy, but not all people who are described as, I hate this word identity, but who describe themselves or are seen to be white are necessarily buying into the dominant ideology. And I think that's an important sort of starting point. The second thing I like to say about that is what does it mean to have white and those who are not considered to be white? And my argument here is to say that what history has shown is that, and this predates capitalism but was exacerbated by it, is to distinguish the world into two parts, to divide the world into two parts. Those who belong to the sacred space, where they can exercise so-called democracy, and the sacrifice zones in which everyone else is thrown. One looks at the history of democracy in the USA, only white male slave owners were allowed to vote. Everyone else, including their womenfolk, were part of the non-human or less than human. And the justification for slavery, enslavement, and ultimately colonization and the import of labor as immigrants and migrants is based on a premise that one is there are those who define themselves as human and those who are considered less than human. And I think that's a fundamental dilemma and a fundamental issue that is the context in which we will be talking about in terms of the challenges facing Black publishers and Black writers in Canada. I'm sure we're going to cover a lot of many of issues here as we go around. When we're condemned to produce books which are commodities, the challenge we face of developing young people, and what is the effect of money? Does it free us or does it enslave us? Or does it create a context for robbing our talent? Does it affect the quality of writing that we are doing? And I think that my argument here is that let's drop this term diversity. There is diversity amongst those who choose not to describe themselves as white. There is a diversity there. It's a diversity of humanity. And it's not a diversity that is often extended to people who are defined by a different history, a different color of skin, a different whatever. And that is others who define us. The word is othering. No. You are the ones who are the other. The mass of humanity belongs to that larger context. So I think I've done my bit of pumping here, but I do want that context to be set for this. So we have three remarkable people here, and let me just do a quick introduction before I start posing some questions to you. Yara El-Ghadban is a novelist and anthropologist. In the afternoons, she's the author of 3 novels published by Mémoire d'Encrier, L'ombre de l'Olivier, Le parfum de Moure, and Je suis Ariel Sharon. For the latter, She received the Blue Metropolis Diversity in 2019 award. She, Je suis Ariel Sharon has been translated into English by House of Anansi and into Arabic by Al-Mutawasit Editions. Winner of the Victor Martin Lynch Staunton Prize from the Canada Council for the Arts in 2017 for her contribution to Canadian literature. Yara El-Ghadban is the chair of Espace de la Diversité, an organization that combats racism and exclusion through literature. Her most recent book, Les racistes n'ont jamais vu la mer, co-written with Rodney Saint-Éloi, in which she was holding in her hand a moment ago to make sure she knew what the line was. And she's the editor of Memoir. Okay, so a warm welcome to you, Yara. Second speaker will be, contributor will be Nigel Tomasz, an author, retired professor of US literature, and the author of dozens of essays and 13 books, 6 novels, 3 collections of short fiction, 2 collections of poems, and 2 academic books. His latest books are the novel Easily Fooled and a collection of poems, The Voyage. He's the interim editor of Klara magazine and founder of Lectures, Logos, Readings, and its English language coordinator. In 2022, he was awarded the Canada Council for the Arts John Molson Prize for Outstanding Achievement in the Arts. And our third panelist is Kwame Scott Fraser. Welcome, Kwame. Was born in Ottawa and raised in Whitby and Oshawa. Before entering the publishing industry, he worked as a baseball umpire, factory worker, and soldier. Always an avid reader, he deployed on a United Nations peacekeeping operation with a small library stored in his kit. This caused his luggage to be overweight, resulting in him choosing to bring the books instead of several pieces of military equipment. Throw the books at them. The books were worth it, he says. He's been president and publisher of Dundurn Press and its Rare Machines imprint since January 2019. So a warm welcome to all three of you. Please, a round of applause for them. So Yara, perhaps we can begin with you. Help us understand, what are your ambitions as a publisher, as a writer? And help us get some understanding of what are the constraints in Canada and in Quebec in particular that you face in achieving those ambitions.
Thank you. Thanks, Rose. Well, I'm here basically wearing 2 hats, and one of them is being an editor at Mémoire d'Encrier. And so Mémoire d'Encrier, which was founded 20 years ago now by Rodney Saint-Éloi, who's a Haitian poet and writer and essayist. And it was actually first founded in Haiti, in Port-au-Prince. And when Rodney came to Montreal, he figured out pretty quickly that it would be very difficult to actually get a decent job as a Black man. So he decided to continue doing what he knows best, which is write and edit. And he had the wonderfully crazy idea of continuing Mémoire, which was, and creating Mémoire d'Encrier in Montreal. And it's funny, he tells me this story because when Mémoire d'Encrier first started publishing books, there was an article about the house in Le Devoir, which is the main independent French language newspaper. And Mémoire d'Encrier was described as maison d'horreur de l'édition, as a publishing horror house. So it's funny because we met this journalist like a few months ago, and now he's like, he knows what he said and he knows we remember. So so it gives you an idea of the kind of landscape that he came into it. And And the other thing he noticed, he first started by publishing Haitian writers in diaspora. And then he noticed that there was another big gap in the publishing landscape here, which is indigenous writers. So he started publishing indigenous writers way before it was, something that people think about and do and consider as essential. And another story was that when he published Joséphine Bacon, who is an Innu poet, and I remember another publisher friend told him many years later, he said, I have to admit something, is that if Joséphine Bacon had come to me, I would have never published her. So it gives you an idea of the kind of work that Mémoire d'Encrier does. And I feel very proud and humbled to be part of it and to have a chance as a Palestinian also to be part of it. So one of the ambitions of Mémoire d'Encrier in the beginning was, to tell stories that have not been told by those who have not been heard. So, but the truth is, like any other publishing house, we just want to publish good books. We want to publish books that people want to read, and I think one of the challenges of being a Black publisher, being labeled as a Black publisher or the publisher of BIPOC authors, is that, and this is something I asked Rodney, I was like, okay, I'm doing this panel, it's about Black publishing, what I'm gonna say. And he's like, you want me to, and he said, well, tell them, the question I ask myself is, when do I, as a Black publisher, stop being a Black publisher and just be, a publisher? When do I get to be just a publisher? And I think these are one of the challenges that we face. We were talking about this earlier, is that how Mémoire d'Encrier is considered as, in the French mainstream discourse, as an essential publishing house, which is amazing to be considered as an essential publishing house, But we also think about essential workers and how they're treated. And you also figure out that when you say essential, is that you're like, the vegetable that you have to eat so that you can feel good about yourself. You're like the vitamin, you're the antidote to something.
Not the main course.
But you're not necessarily, my favorite house, or the house where I would go to get my favorite stories, or just to have fun, or to fantasize, or maybe find, 50 Grays of 50 Shades of Grey. I don't know what the name of the book is. Yeah, exactly. So we are always cited within a very specific context, and as if we are there to fulfill some kind of whole, or mission. And it's very hard to get recognition or agency as simply an amazing publishing house, which I think it is, So these are some of the challenges we face. And the other challenges is about the infrastructure. It's all good and well to be publishing BIPOC authors, indigenous authors, Arab authors, but the infrastructure is still very, very homogeneous. And one thing that we try to homogeneous
explain
in the sense that it's white, it's white, and in the economy of Mémoire d'Encrier, I don't want to generalize for everyone, but in the economy of a house like Mémoire d'Encrier, it costs us like 3 or 4 times to publish a book. For the simple reason is that if you're publishing an Innu poet, okay, you want to respect the Innu language, you need an Innu copy editor, and you need an Innu translator and corrector. You need to discuss with the Innu authors, family. But for example, when we're publishing Anantan Kapesh, who is a deceased author, if you want to do, if you're revising any writer we write, who usually they use words in their mother tongue. We need people who actually speak these languages, and we have to pay them. We need people who actually can read a book about, Cameroon, and who knows the context. Where are you going to find this? It actually really concretely takes a lot more effort, a lot more energy, and a lot more money If you want to have a professional BIPOC translator, well, you have to actually do some teaching. You can't just give the manuscript to someone and tell them translate, because many of them have not been through a translation program. They have not come from an institution, from an, I don't know, the Département de langue française or another. So they don't have any of these antecedents, any of this institutional genealogy. And you have to not only be a publisher, you have to be a publisher, you have to be an accompagnateur, you have to be someone who is also doing teaching while you're trying to make money. because Mémoire d'Encrier is not a nonprofit. We need to make money. So if we want to keep publishing all of these wonderful authors that we publish. So see that these are some of the things that we face, and I think there are many, many more, but I don't want to monopolize the conversation here. So I'll stop here.
Nigel, I mean, how far do you sense this commonality here in terms of what Yara's talked about? And in terms of your own ambitions?
Yeah, well, I have to say you did send us these questions in advance, and I had decided that I wasn't going to say a great deal about that particular question, so you will pardon me. What I say is that, I've pretty well explored all the themes that have obsessed me throughout my writing. And my future task as a writer is to finish the incomplete novels that my other activities are preventing. Of course, there are other questions that touch upon writing that I would, as we go around the table, that I would talk about. But I wanted to address something that you didn't bring up, though indirectly you allude to it in your intro. It's this question of the label black, a black writer. And so when someone calls me a black writer, I assume that they're addressing me in terms of my complexion, the amount of melanin in my skin, and so they mean my race. However, in terms of my writing, I say I largely implore the impact of colonialism on Caribbean people, which certainly is a direct result of race, certainly. How, for example, it intensifies the worst aspects of human nature, a theme that writers from all colonized peoples explore. I also explore how the colonized become themselves oppressors. But far more interesting to me is the quest for wholeness in such an oppressive milieu, the quest for wholeness, period, and coping with the existential angst. That's my preoccupation as a writer, and my skin color maybe has something to do with it, and certainly coming from a colonized culture certainly has something to do with it. But those are the things that I sort of write about. So fine. Any direct feedback you want from that?
Well, I think you're saying that it is nevertheless based on an experience, based on a history.
Yes, sure. I grew up in a very hybrid milieu. My father was of the oppressed, colonized. My mother certainly came from the oppressor class. And so it was quite an interesting scenario. Unfortunately for me, I suppose, I was raised in my grandfather's household, which was the oppressor class. And it's created an interesting scenario.
Yeah. But on the point that Yara raised, are you a black writer or are you a writer?
I am a writer, and however, I am perfectly comfortable with the term black writer as long as I'm not reduced to that, because there are the stereotypes that are associated with blackness, and hence when I write, there's a certain product that certain people come to expect. Before all of this, when I first came here, I remember I was in a training program to become a mental health worker. And the training program was at the Douglas Hospital. And the ward where I was on for practical experience, there the head nurse said, "We're planning to put on a program for the patients. Would you be willing to play the guitar, Mr. Thomas?" And I said, I didn't know that I could play the guitar, but she assumed that because I was black, I was a musician. And, you know, it drilled home to me, etc., etc. You know, I often say to people, I started dancing when I came to Canada. I was raised in a Puritan household where that sort of a thing was frowned upon. So yeah, you get my point. You get my point. I could tell you more lurid stories about that, but I'll spare you the details.
So Kwame, your turn to sing.
Well, thank you, and I'm really honored to be here and to be part of this. I wanted to start just by addressing, so we talked about contrasting a settler from an immigrant, and I actually wanted to share a little bit about my family background as a way of answering the question about my ambition. Excuse me. So my father was from a very poor family in Jamaica. And he was able to migrate, sorry, not him, his father was able to migrate in the early 60s. He was pursuing education, and he was actually the first black man to graduate from the prestigious Queen's University Law Program. And it's not that long ago, right? So just in terms of setting the cost, so he went from being a very poor, humble, nobody family to kind of entering the Canadian professional managerial class very quickly. And that's usually the source of Canadian editors, publishers. These are usually the kids of middle class, upper middle class, professional people. But that's not how I discovered publishing. Because despite my grandfather's success, my side of the family was far more, you saw in my bio, I was working in factories. I was not from a posh family. And a lot of young men in particular in the Oshawa area, I mean, that was your choice, right? I mean, you can basically start, work on the line or starve. So that's what I did to try to kind of maintain our family's class position, right? You have to go to university. But I had no idea that there's anything like a publishing industry. I was about 30 years old when I discovered that books were actually made in Canada sometimes, right? So I didn't have sort of the inside track that a lot of people who come into the industry right out of university had. And on my mother's side, it's interesting because she's quote unquote white. That's kind of a nomenclature that I reject. I think it's a choice, it's a political identity as opposed to anything substantive. But superficially she's white. However, she came from a really rough family. We're talking the wrong side of the tracks, nobody people. They're dirt farmers from Prince Edward County. And when they actually, my mother did a genealogy project and discovered that her root ancestor in North America was in fact a German auxiliary. The British Empire's hunger for fighting flesh was so great that they basically purchased Germans who had been conscripted into different princely militaries and shipped over to serve under the British. So in a sense, neither side of my family made it to the Americas voluntarily. My father's ancestors came over in the Middle Passage, and my mother's on a troop ship. Neither voluntarily. And their lives, the family's lives diverged and then converged in this place we call Canada now. And I think to bring that around to what my ambition is, we talked about capitalism, and of course, like all of us here trying to produce art in the conditions of late stage capitalism. It's becoming harder and harder to do. And one thing that I would like to see as an ambition, this is a very limited, one thing capitalists do is they invest in the reproduction of their society. And one of the ways they do that, they buy newspapers, they buy publishing companies, they buy all the means of communication. However, one of the challenges that I think we face as publishers who are attempting to publish in a different way is a severe lack of investment from our own community. Because there are certainly Black millionaires and billionaires who could afford to buy a seat on my board of directors, for example. I would love to have that. Even within the logic of capitalism, my life would become instantly much easier if I had a Black person on my board of directors for whom some of the struggles that I have, some of the challenges that I have on a day-to-day basis, I would have someone that I could communicate to who would understand what the hell I'm talking about, right? When I find myself getting really frustrated or feeling like, why is it taking longer to hire this Black freelancer? Or why is it taking, and I'm sure these are my employees I'm talking about, so I'm not saying that they're being deliberately racist. I'm just saying it's a sensitivity that when I observe this, and it's probably just it's a clerical thing or whatever, right? But not having a Black investor that I can have that kind of relationship as a corporate leader to kind of go and say like, yeah, man, this is something that's kind of screwy to me. Do you mind, can we talk about this? Can I just get some, am I crazy? Because sometimes it feels like it. And sometimes it's probably true because I've grown up in shall we say, sensitized to being discriminated against. So the lack of sort of patient capital. You see guys like Scott Griffin who name big poetry prizes after themselves and own big publishing companies. They're providing patient capital for these companies. And so my ambition would be to try to find, if anyone knows any Black investors, please let me know. That's something very tangible that you can do to help make things easier and better, not just for myself, but for the Black authors that I'm trying to bring to everyone's attention. And just to give you some context, so Dundurn Press is one of the oldest houses in Canada. It was established in 1972. Prior to my arrival, we had originated one title by a Black author in 47 years. Needless to say, I've smashed that record fairly easily. It wasn't terribly hard, but we have talked about some of the challenges, right? You have to support these writers in a way that there's, the white people who get MFAs, they've gotten the skills. They could afford to do that, and so it's easier for them. It's easier to work with those graduates of MFA programs, and those seats are not allocated according to any kind of fairness or reparative effort. So yes, my ambition is to mobilize elements of the you'd say the Black bourgeoisie, not to be a crude class reductionist, to invest seriously in the sector and in reproducing our culture.
Okay, so we're back to the issue of money. And I think the point that's come across has been the investment we need to make in developing talent around us. That young Black people who come to work, we have to bring them along, we have to introduce them into the ways of publishing, all the different aspects of it. So what's your experience in terms of having invested in such people? One of the common stories that comes out is you invest in these people, just like in the Philippines, the nurses are invested in there, and they come and work over here. A classic form of extractivism, this time of extracting labor. How does it? I mean, is there a parallel with publishing?
Yes, definitely. We were just talking about this earlier, and it's interesting because we're living in a peculiar moment here. While more right-wing parties, political parties are being elected all over the world, including here, You have institutions that are bringing in programs that give credits if you publish more BIPOC authors, if you hire more BIPOC authors and stuff like this. And these same institutions, after that, what they do is they extract the raw talent that you spent all your energy and all your time trying to develop, because there is no literature program that actually accepted them. So they come in, they have lots to say, they might have some raw talent, but they've never actually written. They haven't read much, unfortunately, because many of them didn't even think that the literary milieu was for them. And then you invest in them, you give them time and energy. Many of the authors that we published, first-time authors, we had to accompany them for over 2 years in the writing process of their manuscript. It's not like you get a manuscript and then you're like, okay, it's good, let's publish. No, what you get is most of the time, we say in French, des bribes, or something that might look like something, and then you have to turn that something into a book, and then after that, these same authors are recruited by les conseils des arts, provincial, fédéral, municipal, and basically who you thought, maybe you thought you were, teaching someone to be the next editor in line, and then all of a sudden like, no, I think, I'll go work for the Conseil des Arts de Montréal or for the Conseil des Arts et des Lettres du Québec, because there I get better salary, I get social benefits, I get the aura of being part of the institution as a fonctionnaire. And that's when you see the alienation. It's like, yeah, it's fine working with you, but working for the white people, it's more prestige. And I don't blame them, because this is the society that we live in, This is this, you can't tell them, yeah, please work for me for less because I'm Black, or because we are in a solidarity struggle, right? So we've had very difficult experiences. One of the reasons we founded Espace de la Diversité is to create opportunities for young people who are BIPOC to learn the trade, and we try to give them up, through contracts and through, to learn how to do communications, to learn how to do, all sorts of, to coordinate projects and to do, but it is a lot of work and a lot of energy. And many of them come with historical traumas, where it's not just enough to, give them a contract and tell them, let's work together. You need to accompany them psychologically in many, many different ways. And these things you can't put like an amount on that. It's priceless, honestly. So these are some of the paradoxes of the moment we're living in, is that at the same time, BIPOC and Black publishers, I think, have never had as much attention from institutions trying to right the wrongs of history, but then they create all sorts of distortions within that same system, where either they give too much money for young people who are not ready for it, and they set them up to fail, and then we have to pick up the pieces as publishers, or they extract basically the talent that you're trying to develop, and then you're like, okay, well, when I'm gone, who's going to be editing after me? Who's going to be publishing? It's not evident, So these are some of the things that we face. I don't want to paint a very pessimistic picture, because there are successes, there are advances, and I think honestly, if you had asked me 10 years ago, do you see yourself as an editor or published author in Quebec? I was like, are you crazy? No, but here I am. Yeah. So there are possibilities.
But that raises the question. There's a lot of, it's become very fashionable to have diversity as your slogan, but who's it benefiting? Comments?
I can take a crack, and it's probably going to be consistent with what the premise that we've established. The truth is, in this country, the beneficiaries are by and large the shareholders of a handful of corporations, namely HarperCollins, Penguin Random House. Like you know all their names, right? This isn't a secret. They dominate the landscape, and publishers like Dundurn find themselves in a position where it's really impossible we're not on a level playing field. They control so many resources, not just in human resources, but also, these are companies that own warehouses, so they don't have to pay another company to do their fulfillment. They have the resources to hire their own sales reps, so they don't have to pay commission on every unit that they sell. So we're really not on the same playing field. And then on top of that, they're allowed, they've been allowed by the federal government to operate with, it's like merge up, consolidate. It doesn't benefit the workers. It doesn't benefit the authors. It benefits the shareholders, basically the board of directors of 3 or 4 companies that are based overseas. Now, the other extractive element comes from the tendency of the editors at these firms to basically just follow what we do. They watch us. I know they watch me, and they basically just try to siphon up anyone that they think they can outbid. They'll just hey, Fraser's into this guy. Let's double the offer, and including with occasionally. And I don't blame when it happens with a black writer from my list. It is a sore spot. It hits a nerve, but I don't blame the authors because they have to eat. They have to I'll never stand in the way of someone getting a better deal than what I can offer. But at the same time, I can't help but operate with a pretty big chip on my shoulder because I know that I'm often the one doing the heavy lifting in terms of identifying and developing talent, not just black people, by the way. I mean, this is one of the things about me, right? It's like, I'm a black man who happens to be the head of firm for a totally mainstream press, right? Like, Dundurn's not a black publisher, it's not a politically radical publisher, it's very, very mainstream. We're just trying to catch up to like 20 years ago in terms of, what you say, quote unquote, diversity. Now, I think I have my own motivations for wanting to publish diversely. It's not just a hashtag for me. It's in essence, it's being able to see the humanity in everyone right away.
Nigel, I have a question for you, Colin. I am actually just thinking of sort of like writers that come to you, emerging writers that come to you. You work with them and you form them. And I am just wondering whether or not I think you've hinted at it, but perhaps maybe I'm asking you to elaborate a little bit more. But these publishers watch what you do and then they come and they just simply take over your writers, and
I don't know if I have much to elaborate on. It's just they can outmuscle, right? And they have so if I'm offering a huge advance in my world, $10,000, they'll just come and offer 50. I guess it's chump change for them. So it's really they. But
what I'm actually talking about though is you receive the manuscript first. You evaluate it and you say, look, this and this needs to be done, etc., etc. And the writer takes the manuscript, and then that's what I'm talking about.
So I'm referring to so if I originated, I say I publish someone's debut, and it does really well. All of a sudden, the next one, HarperCollins is going to knock on their door, or Simon & Schuster, or whatever. So that's what I'm talking about. Okay. Now, every now and then, you find yourself investing a little pro bono time to develop someone, and if they then take it and like that is really like a dagger to the heart. Luckily, that hasn't happened to me. It's really on books 2, book 3, where it's like, geez, like how am I supposed to build my business if all my best and brightest talent just keeps getting, and talent on both sides, on the publishing side, on the writing side, very, very hard to compete.
Yeah, you do the drudge work and they reap the benefits. Yeah.
So what's news? Let me ask you. I mean, we have Jamaican origin.
No, he's not.
No,
he's not a yachty.
No, I'm from St. Vincent.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, the accents are similar though.
Okay.
you
My
know,
apologies.
Jamaican and
Palestinian.
Jamaican Canadian. Born here.
Yeah.
I have the passport.
But I mean, in particular, looking at your background, you know, as a working class kid, working in the factories and so on, to what extent do we as black publishers have a responsibility to reach out to giving expression to those who are on the front line of exploitation, of oppression? What are we doing to legitimize their voice, their perspective? What's our responsibility for that?
I can certainly talk to that. A lot of my Montreal fiction follow the lives of people who are in that particular position. Certainly, particularly women who come here from the Caribbean, leave their children behind, and then they send for the children. And of course, there's a whole cultural divide that takes place. The children don't bond with the parents, etc., etc. The expectations that children left behind have of Canada, etc., etc. The school system. My second novel is nothing but an expose in fiction of what happens to Black children in the school system. So we do. I know my fellow writer Cecil Forster does as well, and other writers. So we do want people to know what goes on, and we use our fiction as a medium for this particular purpose. Yeah.
Yara.
A couple of years ago, we started a project called Passerelle, and we brought together some 17 emerging writers or writers with different experiences, but most of them, you know, either were in a precarious position or marginal position, either economically or from their status. We had a couple who, you know, who didn't even have their papers. And the idea was to work with them closely to get them to open doors for them into the cultural and literary milieu. And we organized a lot of workshops. Rachel was very, very implicated in that. And we organized different events. We helped them prepare grant applications. We organized meetings with program agents, with the different arts councils. And it's funny because sometimes we really sometimes it worked amazing, you know, and we have a few who actually published their first books, and a few who actually got their first grant applications for writing, which is amazing. But then we had a few experiences where we could see the disconnect between the idea of, you know, social class and all of that. At one point, there was one writer, an established writer in Quebec, and she's not BIPOC. And she wanted really to help out, you know, and she's, I want to give back, I want to participate. And I said, okay, what do you want to do? And she said, I can give a workshop on how to write a perfect grant application. Okay, fine, okay. And so we brought all the group together, and then she started presenting, and one of the things she said was, she was giving them tips on how to use your second home, how to use your second home to get more credits, or I don't know, in the tax system as a writer, if you put your second home as your like writing space. And she's talking to refugees, okay? She's talking, one of them didn't have her papers, the other one was a refugee, and the other one was like, you know, it's like most of them hardly, you know, were thinking about how to pay their rent. And at that point, I was, you know, and they were writing to each other in Zoom. And people were like laughing out loud while this lady was, you know, being seriously speaking about this. And that's how you realize the disconnect between, because it is a very bourgeois trade, okay, to write. I mean, most people who wrote, you know, had a lot of cultural capital, had a lot of material capital. They were their fathers, their grandfathers, their mothers, their grandmothers were either in the literary industry or anything. And you're bringing in authors who most of the time did not come from these milieu, working class, immigrants, victims of, institutionalized systemic racism, and you're trying to get them into this completely insulated milieu. So it's a big challenge, but and sometimes we wonder, okay, was this a success? Can we say that we did something? And it's like it's an if, and I said, okay, kif, I was going to say. It came out if, that's what happens when you mix languages. So, but you have to try, you have to try, even though most of the time we feel completely inadequate, and you get experiences like this, you're like, what was I thinking,
Yeah, so.
Well, I'm glad that the idea of schools came up, because my experience in Canadian schools led me to the conclusion that I was hated here. I don't know what other conclusion I could have drawn, because I wasn't assigned any kind of Black media until grade 12, and it was because my economics teacher was bored and just wanted to put a movie on that day, and he put on what movie was it? It's set in South Africa. I can't remember. I'm drawing a blank. Denzel Washington plays Steve Biko. So, does anyone know the movie? Shout it out if anyone knows it. It's a great film. But the point is, I was 17 or 18 years old before I was presented with any material. And Biko, of course, is saying things like "Black is beautiful," and all of a sudden it's like, well, that's not what. What? I've Cry freedom. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And it had nothing to do with the curriculum, and the teacher was just being lazy and mailing it in at the end of the year. But that was literally the first time, other than maybe a textbook reference to the. I think I took an American history course once, and it was an elective. I didn't have to learn anything about Black people ever in my schooling, and at the same time, growing up with the frequent threats of racial violence, combined with the complete lack of attention, people wonder why I'm angry and why I operate with a pretty big chip on my shoulder, and I'm just basically feeding back the energy that I'm getting from the society that I live in. Just today, actually, I was sitting outside having a cigarette, dressed like this, mind you. Sorry, and it was a jazz cigarette. It was a cannabis cigarette, and there was a tourist bus kind of idling in front of where I was sitting, and of course a white lady comes up and says, "Excuse me, are you the bus driver?" And I was like, "Lady, do I look like a bus driver? How many tour operators in Montreal are wearing a dashiki and smoking a marijuana cigarette on the side?" Well, okay, maybe so, but I've not seen them. So yes, I think, and I wanted to say that it's too bad. It's very much a shame that Dorothy isn't here, because her product is actually specifically designed to address the hatred that the school systems in this country dump onto Black people, Black children. So no wonder kids aren't getting into the publishing industry. There's plenty of talent. There's plenty of, but like in my case, I was 30 before I knew that it existed. So tying back to the first question, one of my ambitions is therefore to make that less likely for the next generation. How do I let the 18, 19, 20-year-olds know that there's an interesting and challenging and rewarding career in the media sector, and not only that, but you're doing something to help your people.
Just make a comment.
Sure.
It's a short one. I was a high school teacher for about 10 years. And really, I felt a compulsion to put those experiences into fiction so that there would be a document that people can read to see what happens in our schools. Yeah.
Okay, well, before we open up the questions to the panel, to the audience here, just to share experiences that we've had, and that is working with young activists in the ghettos of Kenya, and particularly in Nairobi and Mombasa and Kisumu, where they started by choosing a book to read together, a book group, and then each of them wrote an essay about that particular book and then sent us a manuscript of all those contributions. And they've done another book now. And it seems to me that there is huge potential amongst young people, especially in the most deprived areas, who have a perspective on life, which, you know, I personally feel we have an absolute responsibility for making that public, yeah, and to legitimize a viewpoint that is very rarely heard. So from the bus driver to
not that there's anything wrong with being a bus
especially one who's talking is doing it. So, can I open the floor up to questions, comments? Patient. One of the yes. Yes, please. Is there? Oh,
Thanks for this amazing discussion. And I guess we've heard throughout the day about some of the community organizations that exist, you know, for the English language communities in particular. And we spent one panel sort of just asking members from the community who are here what they wanted from those organizations. As far as education goes, or opening up new opportunities, like I would pose that question to the panel really. What can some of the organizations that presently exist do to help deliver some of the things that you're talking about?
Is there another question? Okay.
Well, first and foremost, we would like, when our books, for one thing, are published, that they get reviewed, and that they get reviewed by people who might be able to identify somewhat with the content. You know what I mean? I know of one professional black book reviewer in Canada, and her name is Donna Bailey Nurse, and I don't know of any others. And all my books, when they get reviewed, are usually reviewed by people who are often quite dismissive about the black content. They either ignore it or they're dismissive about it, and that for me is a problem. The writing just simply gets lost. You know, it just, people don't know about that because the book doesn't get out there. And it was quite terrible in the 90s. And I don't think it significantly improved in the 2000s, except of course you won the Gila or the Governor General, so on. I mean, I know of this firsthand. I'm not going to get into personal details, but that's a huge problem. The books they get published, and after that they're ignored. Yeah.
Is that a common experience?
More concrete, there's a lot of work that's been done to encourage BIPOC authors, but I think we need Black copy editors, we need printers, we need revisers, reviewers. I mean, all of the other trades within the industry are still completely non-representative. And so most of this burden comes on, it comes back to the publishers. We have to find the reviewers, we have to work 3 or 4 times to find a reviewer who can actually read the manuscript, to find a translator, to then accompany the translator. Most of the time, for example, in our case, a book is copy edited maybe 3 or 4 times. because we need a copy editor who actually knows the context of the book, but then we know that they don't have training in copy editing. So then we have to get a copy editor, a professional copy editor, who's not necessarily Black, to do the rest of the copy editing, And then it's the same thing with the translation. We have a book now that's coming out. She's a Martiniquez author. She has a lot of Creole in her thing. The first copy editor kept putting in red line, I don't understand, I don't understand, I don't understand, I don't understand, I don't understand. And then we're like, well, this is a Creole expression. This is, and then so you have to find another copy editor who actually can read Creole or actually understands the imaginary. So all of these other levels or couche of the industry are still completely vacant of diversity, of representation. And this is where we need to work on, and you'd help us really a lot. If you do workshops to actually get people to understand what is copy editing, what it is to correct grammar and syntax, what it is to actually read a text critically and to review it. How does the printing industry work? How does the paper industry work? Because now we're paying a lot of money for paper and for printing. It would be very helpful to have a more diverse printing industry as well, So I think we're at this level right now. We have, there's a lot of work on what we call I don't want to call it window dressing because it's important to have BIPOC authors, but we can't stop there. We can't stop there.
Yes, and I thought maybe I would just share a couple of humorous stories just to lighten the mood a bit. But so we have commissioned a parenting book called it was about Black fatherhood, and we were playing with the name, and it was, let me just get this right, Black Dad Matters, and our editors were like, wait a second, isn't that but it sounds like Black Lives Matter. It says Black Lives Matter. This says Black Dad Matters. So why is there an S on this one and not on the? And I was like, okay, so if you guys are editors, everyone here is an editor. Now break down this sentence, break down this phrase, and now let's see how else it could be understood. And of course, then everyone's like, oh, matters as in the affairs of. Oh, okay. Not matter as in we're concerned about. Oh, okay. So, and then the next, a couple of weeks ago, this is so fresh in my mind, I commissioned, I met a guy on my last trip to Jamaica who's has basically compiled a book of mini biographies of Black business success. Going back to the 19th century, great Black entrepreneurs. And it's called Black Enterprise, prize spelt like the Giller Prize. And again, our editors were like, that's not how you spell enterprise. Why would you spell it like that? And I said, because Black people like playing with words. Have you never listened to hip hop? Come on. And it's really funny because I can laugh at it because I'm there to answer those questions. But it's just all this extra work I have to do, right? It's I shouldn't have to be distracted. I'm going about my day as a busy business leader, and then I've got editors who are just interrupting my flow with asking questions about why are these Black people making up phrases like this? It's too confusing.
We have some questions online. Zoe.
So I'll ask one of the questions that we have from our Zoom audience. One seems to be about, I guess, the idea of bridging gaps between communities. Notably, the KWF does have the Fresh Pages initiative that was launched in 2019, specifically to create opportunities for BIPOC writers. That's English training, skills, professional credentials to improve opportunities. But despite sending out a lot of notices to community organizations, they don't actually get that many applications. Is there a suggestion for getting the word out, or is there something that they might need to do a little bit extra to bridge that gap?
Is there a legit? I'll put it another way around, and that is, is it the Queen's English that is legitimate, or is it legitimizing of patois,
Yeah, well, I'm familiar with the program, having participated in it. The problem is, does the information get to the places where you possibly could have? Yeah. There are lots of students, of course, for example, Black students at Concordia, McGill, in the SAGEPs and so on and so forth. Does the information get there? I know that I send it out through my contact lists, but that's just to a certain number of people, and that may be what the problem is.
And I just wanted to add, I think there's, it's difficult. Okay, it's not easy, and even us, because we have we have a network, and it might be easier for us, but it's still very difficult. And sometimes you have to really to get to those people, to those groups. You really have to do the extra. You have to go there. You have to go to their neighborhoods. You have to go. We organized that the inauguration of Espace de la Diversité happened in the Maison d'Haïti in Saint-Michel. And we invited editors and, from the whole milieu, from the Francophone milieu. And we discovered that many of them had never stepped into Saint-Michel. We actually had to go and get people because they got lost in Saint-Michel. All of a sudden they didn't know how to use the metro or something, I don't know. So, or because from Saint-Michel, you have to actually take the bus, and then, so they got confused. So you have to actually go there. You have to see where the young people, like now, we're trying to get into TikTok, because that's what, like my daughters, I see what my daughters are doing. It's like, Mom, what are you doing on Facebook? It's TikTok now. I was like, okay, fine. So we're trying to get on TikTok. You have to find how they express themselves. You mentioned hip hop. Mangas now is a big deal. So we have to take these things seriously and not just like, oh, this is not real literature. We're gonna teach you what real literature is, Well, no, I need to find out why people are reading manga, and then see how can I make sure that these people actually become, writers, and whether it is through mangas or anything else. So you have to do a lot of legwork, I think, and you have to know that the results will be very slow, and in the beginning you won't get the amount of people that you hope to get. That's just the truth of it. It takes a lot of time, and you just have to, just what do you call it? Just be patient, I guess, and keep doing it. You have to be obstinate. Yeah.
Yeah, so don't give up, but I will share a quick anecdote. I was approached by a Euro-Canadian publisher who was concerned that they were having a hard time finding Black poets, and I said, well, when was the last time you went to Malvern or Rexdale, or what? Like, if you're just hanging out in like wherever, I don't know, like Parkdale or whatever, like you'll see some, but like it's not you guys actually go there. And also, I teach marketing. I teach marketing at Humber College, and one of the things that we know from marketing is that it usually takes 12 attempts to get someone to do something. So don't give up. Go to where the people are and don't give up. And understand that you might get rejected. You might get rejected because there's a severe lack of trust between what I'll say is like the mainstream Euro-Canadian community and the Black community. And there are certainly bridges to be made, but it's going to take work. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Further questions? Oh, yes. Thank you.
There's another.
Thank you. It was in the Quebec context and thinking about, I mean, we think about, and we've talked about French and English as sort of, one side or the other. And I'm wondering if you've seen, and this, I think, Yara, you've touched on this slightly, and Kwame as well. There's many forms of French within that. There's many forms of English within that. We're not just talking about Canadian Standard English. And I say this as a proud Northern Irish who couldn't construct a standard Canadian English sentence, but slap me in the face. But also within, there are many forms of English here and many voices. There's the Haitian community, which is writing in French. There's the Lebanese community, which is writing in French. And so do you see any softening or recognition around that across the languages? And yeah, that diversity within what is seen as those two monoliths.
I would love to take a crack at that because very excited that in the next year or so we're going to be publishing a book that draws on elements not only of English Caribbean Creoles but also Taino language, and the book is I have no expectation that I'm going to get my money back unless it really, look, if it wins the Giller then maybe, but we're sinking all this extra money into that basically a series of translators or cultural translators who can make sure that the Creole, because we're doing some island hopping in this book. So St. Vincent is not Jamaica, and the Bahamas are not Barbados, and Trinidad is not Cuba. You know, like there's incredible diversity within each island, and so as we go on this literary journey, island hopping, we have to pay attention to that. And so there's diversity within the diversity of this book, and it's going to cost me a ton of money. I don't know. I'm probably going to get fired for it unless it wins the Giller, but that's the risk that we have to take. But also very, very accurate in that language. Even when we talk about class, which I think we should always talk about class, that kind of Queen's English. I struggle. I was a working class kid who went into the army. It's a miracle I can even string a sentence together. So yes, this is part of diversity, is linguistic diversity.
Final comments then from the two of you. So you got another session yourselves.
Yes.
Well, we're talking about linguistic diversity here, and I can tell you there is a huge resistance to it. Publishers want standard English or standard French, and that is it. I mean, Austin Clarke told me that, well, actually I read the review of Pigtails and Breadfruit, and the review in the New York Times was, why should a man like Austin Clarke, who is university educated, be writing in this language that nobody understands? I think of a review of my novel, Spirits in the Dark. I mean, why does Nigel Thomas use all of this dialect? And, you know, it slows down the book, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody takes time. I mean, people who would delight in the poetry of Robert Burns simply seem not to have patience for the way people express themselves in other language registers, and not that it's not necessarily that the dialect is incomprehensible. Most writers don't. Most Caribbean writers who use the dialects don't write in incomprehensible dialect. We thin it out considerably. What we maintain is the poetry of the language. Yeah. But that meets with hostility. We need to get on with our lives. Give us stuff in the language. After all, we are we are paying the piper, so to speak. Give us what we want, and which brings us back again to the whole business of the book being a commodity.
I think they've said everything that needs to be said.
But I think we ought to acknowledge the fact that recently David Austin wrote about Linton Kwesi Johnson, who has been, I think, the perfect example of legitimizing a particular way of expressing, which is not in the conventional way. And I think that's
But it had to be somebody like David Austin to write that.
Sure, but Linton Kwesi Johnson is also published and recognized as such. But I mean, this has been a fascinating panel. We could spend the whole evening together. I hope we can. And so I want to say thank you, Nigel. Thank you, Yara. Thank you, Kwame. And for your help, thanks very much, Zoe. And to you all. I threatened to keep this at Pan-African Mean Time, which would be going on till 6:30. But okay, I'm conceding. Sure. Who's introducing you? Thank you.
We used to say in the evangelical church, when the Spirit moves, the meeting is not over.
They've given us like a 15 minutes to maybe talk a little bit more of some of the things that we're trying to do to answer the question on how to maybe get some more diversity and representation in the milieu. So I'm going to talk to you about a little bit. Now I'm just going to take off my editor's hat and just put my chair of Espace de la Diversité hat. So in 2016, and I'd like to present Selma Guessous, who is chargée de projet at Espace de la Diversité, and you know, without her, nothing would happen because I really am completely overwhelmed. So thank you, Selma. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the history of Espace de la Diversité, which actually has an English name, which is Diversity District. As well, and we're really, one of the ambitions is to be completely and fully and embody the bilingual and multilingual landscape of Quebec, at least. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the history of the organization, the kind of activities we do, and hopefully we can solicit some of your, you know, ideas, contributions, and if you want to be part of some of the activities we do. And Selma is going to talk to you about a big, ambitious project that we're working on called La Plateforme Numérique, which came out from actually doing lots of work with educators, booksellers, and professionals in the book industry who kept giving us, I don't want to say excuses, but reasons for not including more diversity in the way they teach literature and in the way they publish and all of that. And most of it that was that they don't have any tools. They don't have the tools. They don't have enough knowledge to actually do the work. So Selma's going to tell you more about that. But Espace de la Diversité was founded in 2016. And it was founded the same day that Donald Trump was elected. So it was a big, let's say, catharsis to be together. We did a huge event. We were like 120 people, representatives from the literary landscape of Quebec. And we all met together at the Maison d'Haïti. And we did something that looks a lot like NOTA, like what you guys are doing right now, which is amazing, which is like get a little bit, you know, the pulse of what's happening, how we could make the landscape better. And that's how Espace La Diversité was founded by Rodney Saint-Éloi and myself. And the idea was to create, because Mémoire d'Encrier is a for-profit, you know, company, it's already hard enough to publish good books and find good writers and, you know, not go bankrupt. But since we were very aware of our mandate, the mandate that's been given to us, even beyond ourselves as publishing house, which is to be more engaged in the community, to give back, to fight for representation. And we figured that we couldn't do that just as a company. So we founded Espace de la Diversité as a nonprofit to be able to follow through all of these projects and to try to give back and maybe plant some seeds, hopefully, so that, you know, Mémoire d'Encrier and Anorak and all of these publishing houses that give voice to marginalized peoples are not exceptions, you know. I mean, we'd love to be like just a normal, ordinary, boring publishing house. It would be really great, you know, just like I'd love to write a book that has nothing to do with Palestine one day, you know. So we published, we organized Espace de la Diversité, and we work, like, we have 3 or 4 big projects. One of them is called Refonder les Histoires, and we do a lot of activities drawing on a bigger theme. The theme right before COVID was Apartheid 25 ans après, which was to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the first democratic elections in South Africa. And so we did a series. We discovered that, you know, many people, a new generation, like don't know the reality of apartheid anymore. You know, they might know the word, but they don't know the reality. And so we did a lot of activities. We invited a South African writer, Sindewe Magona, and we actually worked with Logos readings. We did a lot of community lectures, workshops, and readings, introducing African writers and BIPOC writers. Another project that we're working on is a translation project. And this one, we're doing it with Mémoire d'Encrier, and it is to publish South American authors who are not Canadian, and so they're not covered by, you know, they're not subsidized. As you know, here in Canada, they only subsidize Canadian authors, which creates a weird bubble, you know, which for me is not it's like the anti-definition of translation, which is you have to actually get out of your bubble, you know? So Espace la Diversité got some funding from a foundation. We told them we want to publish authors who are not Canadian, whose books reflect views and whose books are important to read, you know, for fighting racism and all of that. And one of the books that we're going to publish is the very first French translation of The Racial Contract by Charles W. Mills. So this book, which is a classic in philosophy, has never been translated into French. It's been 25 years, and so we're publishing it for the first time in February. And it's been translated by Webster Alindiai, who is a hip-hop artist. So this was a whole project, you know? So these are one of the things we're doing. And then we do a lot of workshops about writing, revising, copy editing, and things like this. I have to admit, you know, sometimes they've been more successful than others, but these are some of the things that we do at Espace de la Diversité. And another big project that we're working on is called La Plateforme Numérique, and then I'll just give it to you.
Thank you. So I will try to share my PowerPoint. Hopefully it won't take too long. Okay. So Yara has explained very well what is the Diversity District. So the project is, we want to have an interactive and immersive showcase for the writers from the diversity in Quebec and in Canada and their works. So the writers from the cultural diversity, LGBTQ diversity, etc. And it is meant, first of all, for the book chain stakeholders, the librarians, the editors, the booksellers. We want to help them to understand better these literatures. So we want to create tools that would be, for example, textual tools like pedagogical guides for the teachers, or it can be as well multimedia, like interviews with the authors. And actually, this is because we have noticed that these actors in the book chain, they don't always understand very well. And for example, the teacher will not want to use these books in his class because they don't know how to explain the themes that are covered in these books. They will be scared to be called racist if they use the wrong terminology. And for example, the librarians, the booksellers, they don't know how to evaluate these books to know like if they are good books or not. They are not used. So we want to bring a better understanding of the social, literary, historic, political context of these books. So we are hoping to contribute to the advancement toward a more inclusive literary sector in Quebec and in Canada, to reflect better the diversity of voices, imaginaries, writing, etc. So this is a very, very simplified. It's not the actual structure of the platform that we are going to have, but just for the people who are more visual to explain you what type of things you can find, you will be able to find. So let's say you can use the search engine, and then maybe you will choose to look for books that are poetry and they talk about love and about India, for example. And then you will find the author pages, the book pages, and more explanations on some themes. And let's say you just want to explore the poetry, then you can find the book, and in the book you will find a pedagogical guide, an interview, and a podcast. So actually, we are working with the web development agency. So we are working on the actual platform. And at the same time, we are working on some pedagogical guides. So one of them, for example, on Chenille from Naomi Fontaine has been used already in classes in British Columbia. And we have a dozen of others that are in progress. So thank you very much. If you have any questions.
If I can add something, we have about 6 or 7 editors that are working with us, and all of them are Francophone. And so we need English language editors to work with us. So this is really an appeal to you. We would like to have real representation with the different languages that are spoken and published in Montreal. So please come and talk to us. We'd be happy to work with you. So this is my little, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Rachel has asked me to make some closing remarks, but it's not going to be as highfalutin as that. It's just going to be some thanks and a few things. First thing I want to say, Fresh Pages was brought up just in the last panel. Please save this date. So write this down. Everyone's been taking a lot of notes, so write down October the 28th. I want to send a shout out to Ian Ferrier, who runs the affiliated Words and Music show. His health has not been great lately, so I've been helping out in organizing this year's Fresh Pages show. It's going to be on October 28th. It's being organized and run and curated by the winner of the Fresh Pages Award. Her name is Sita Gabriel. She's a young emerging artist, very enthusiastic, and has amazing ideas. And she really wanted to bring this year's Fresh Pages show to a community that's meaningful to her. It's going to be held at the Caribbean Food Factory, which is on the corner of de Carré and de Maisonneuve. It's Metro Vendôme. Some of the artists that are already booked are Sven Telemak, Khalidja, Jason Blackbird Selman, and Dina Williams, Carly Rock, Kia. It's going to be an amazing show. There's going to be food tickets sold, so please come hungry. There'll be rotis for sale, veggie or chicken, jerk chicken. We're trying to get a liquor license for it, so we'll have beer too and stuff like that. So it's going to be a real fun show. So please mark down that date. We'll get the full list out and start advertising it very soon. We're just finalizing the roster. A lot of thanks. I want to thank Zoe Shaw for working the computers all day and grabbing the questions from there. Rebecca Morris, who volunteered her time for working the door today for us. All of the panelists, you were amazing. The chairs of the panel, so I'll just call those names out like again: Chris Neal, Dan David, Julie Barlow, Christy Huff, Firoz Manji, Rachel McCrum. Well, that's not the last time I'm going to say your name, so thank you guys for organizing all those panels. Anna and Doug at Fourth Space for really helping us out here. I want to say one of the things that was brought up in those amazing last two panels was sort of the distribution of resources in relation to different communities. And universities are public institutions in this country. And this event was able to happen in part just because the community organizations knew a few people who have positions in the university who can use this space for free, right? So I would encourage us as much as possible to reach out to our friends that we have in those institutions and take full advantage. Like really try to exploit those advantages as much as you possibly can when you can. Because we're paying for this. We're all paying for this, and this is a great space. The fourth space was established by Concordia really as a bridge between the community and the university. It's sort of after the Brechtian fourth wall, breaking it down, etc. And I think that they put a lot of funds into doing good hybrid events to continue being able to reach and be accessible in their events. So thank you, Doug. Yeah. Thanks to the QWF, LUC, which is the LUQ, and SpokenWeb, which is funded by the Social Science Humanities Research Council of Canada, for helping support this event. Last two things. If you enjoyed what happened today, a lot of it was about collecting feedback. Share your thoughts about what happened today. And you have until October the 12th to send Riley further ideas, thoughts, comments, anything that you would like the QWF to know about. That's Riley, R-I-L-E-Y, at qwf.org. So Riley's going to be looking forward to receiving emails from you. Yeah, and just I'll say, once again, as Rachel asked me to say, talk about it, spread the word about what happened here today. Yeah, on social media, that's what I forgot to say. On social media, talk about it. And finally, I just want to thank Rachel McCrum for all of the incredible energy she put into today. So thank you. Thanks everyone for being here. It was a really special day. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us in person and online at Fourth Space for Writing Futures in Quebec, part of the NOTA 2022 Literary Conference. Just a reminder that this has been live streamed and recorded and will be available on YouTube after this. We're going to go ahead and close up the Zoom shortly. So once again, thank you so much for joining us.